How many people here have never experienced Bashar in person, so to speak? Everybody, okay. This will be fun. Before we get started, just a couple of very quick announcements. We do a number of different public events, both in LA and in nearby cities. So if you would like to know where Bashar is going to be speaking next, the next one in Los Angeles will be in June. And then we're doing some in Oakland and in Las Vegas. So if you know people in those cities who'd be interested to attend, we'd love you to be able to share that information with them. We'd appreciate that. The other announcement I would like to make quickly is some of you know, and maybe a lot of you don't know, that for the last 2 years, we've been working on a documentary about how I became a channel, who Bashar is, and all that, and that documentary is now done. So it's called First Contact, and we are going to be distributing it in theaters. I think the first showing in LA will be in late June. So if you would like to know when and where that's going to be showing and how to buy a ticket, if you would go to the bashar.org website and sign up, then we will in a few weeks be doing an email blast to let people know how, when, and where they can buy a ticket to that documentary. So we would appreciate your support there too, because it's been a real labor of love. And we feel that it's one of the first times that a whole story of how someone became a channel and what the entity is all about has been presented in this way, and we've got some really fascinating information in it. So we hope that you will all like what we've done, and we're very excited to present that to you. So please check it out if you would. I'm going to go ahead and go into the altered state and let Bashar come through. He may or may not say a few words up front, and then open it up to questions. Please, as you were told, feel free if you have a question that's important to you, come up and ask him. Doesn't much matter what the subject is. He's not doing so much about the idea of health readings right now because he's already delivered all that information that he feels is necessary on that subject, but just about anything else is fair game. So for those that are not familiar with him, you'll see that he's pretty direct and pretty blunt. So don't be put off by that. He's just being very direct and honest with you and straightforward to give you the information that you need in the quickest possible way. So feel free. The more fun you have with him, the more fun he'll have with you. I want to thank you all very much for being here and having us here. And without further ado, I'm going to get right into it. So I'm going to take a nap, and I'm going to see you all later. Bye-bye.
How are you all?
All right. First and foremost, we would like to thank you for the co-creation of this interaction and the allowance of this transmission from our civilization to yours. Each and every time these interactions are created, it allows us an opportunity to create a link, a bridge from our reality to your reality, and in so doing, we can create more easily a new third reality in which we can more and more in every way interact and play. So we thank you for this opportunity and for allowing us to experience the gift that each and every one of you individually is and all of you collectively are, in allowing us to see that many more facets of the multidimensional crystal of creation. So in return for the gift that you are giving to us, in allowing us this experience with you, I ask, how may we now be of service to you? You may begin with your questions and comments and dialogues if you wish.
Greetings, Bashar.
And you good day.
My name is Charlene.
If you insist.
Yes. And for most of my life, and most consciously the last 6 years, I have been pursuing my highest excitement to the best of my ability with no expectation of the outcome.
That's the formula, yes.
That's right. And the results have been marvelous.
Of course.
I have a question that has the potential and intention to affect every single human on the planet.
Yes. And that would be what?
My question is in regards to this excitement, which consists of a varying assortment of related actions and one very specific, unique, radical intention.
Which is?
This intention is always run on blueprints And every direction and next step has always come easily, and as of my 33rd birthday, these blueprints have run out, and I have no idea how to proceed with this excitement or an intention, and I have created a belief for the last 22 months that you will be of some assistance, whether that's guidance or defragmenting my ego. It would be an honor to receive.
Oh, all right. The idea that you are unable to act on your excitement is just a matter of perspective. You may have a definition of what that means that is holding you back from taking it in the simplest possible form. When we talk about the idea of acting on your excitement because it is in alignment with your true frequency, that's what excitement is, as well as a communication from your higher mind, the physical translation of the communication from your higher mind translates through your body as the sensation of excitement. So when you act on your excitement, it doesn't necessarily have to present itself as a large-scale project, as a life-spanning career. When we talk about acting on your excitement, all we really mean, if you can think of no other way to do it, is look around at every moment for the options that are available to you at that moment, no matter how simple they may seem. And if you just pick the one that contains even just a little tiny bit more excitement than any other, and you act on that first, you will then create the accelerated momentum that will build and build and build and build and attract to you more and more and more and bigger and bigger and bigger opportunities for more expression of excitement. We will assume, and you can confirm this if you wish, that you are here today because you were excited to come. Yes?
Absolutely.
Well, that's as simple as it needs to be. When this dialogue with us is over, you can then look around and say, all right, what's available to me now as another option? What can I act on? What are my options? It can be as simple as taking a walk, reading a book, calling a friend, having a meal. It doesn't have to be earth-shattering. That's where many of you get caught up. Oh, what's my excitement? It must be something profound. Well, eventually it might be, but it doesn't have to start that way. Start small, start simple. If you don't know where to go, then you always know what options are available to you, and you will always be able to tell which one contains at least just a little bit more excitement than any other. If you are willing to act on that first, it will lead you through synchronicity to the next place you need to be, and the next thing that will excite you, and the next, and the next, and the next, and it will build from there. Do you understand the concept?
Absolutely, thank you.
Does this help?
Yes, may I tell you specifically what the intention is?
You may if you wish, but remember that sometimes when you use the word intention, it can be used in a pure way, but don't confuse it with the idea of insistence on a particular outcome.
Absolutely.
All right.
I wanted to know what you would say to a human such as myself that believes on a physical, mental, spiritual, emotional level to a chemical, molecular, atomic degree that they have the ability to inspire and lead a portion of the global populace under the principles of peace, love, unity, and respect, mending race relations using two developed methodologies that create and sustain inner and world peace at the same time, resulting in a reduction of mass suffering.
The first thing I would say is create a shorter pitch so that people will understand in a much simpler and more powerful way what it is you intend to do. And of course, the shortest pitch of all and the best way to demonstrate that would be simply the actions that you take in that direction. Because then you become a living example of what you're talking about. You understand?
Absolutely.
Does that help?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Are you taking all the actions you could be taking in that direction? Are you using your imagination sufficiently to come up with what you call out-of-the-box thinking and doing things that would be representative of the example you wish to set for others so they can see in you that if it's possible for you to live that life, it might be possible for them too? Is that what you're doing?
Absolutely. I do that every day.
Well, then why ask the question?
My people told me you would say that, and I tried to ask something where I wouldn't end up with that result.
Why not? Do you think there is something missing?
What I'm doing is the most fun and the most challenging thing, and
that's wonderful. Challenges are how you grow in life. Yeah. Challenges don't have to be a negative thing. You are here to challenge yourself. You're here to stretch. You're here to grow. You're here to discover a new perspective of yourself. And the way you do that is through challenges, because challenges are representative of the theme you chose to explore in this life. Absolutely. Challenges give you the information that you need to be of assistance to other people by going through an experience that then gives you the information you can share with them. So they don't have to go through it.
Absolutely.
You follow?
Absolutely.
So it's good that you are being challenged. That's a wonderful thing, not a negative.
Absolutely. There are very few resources for me to follow in terms of what I'm doing.
What does that mean, very few resources? Can you be specific?
I'm not familiar with anybody else that is doing exactly what I am doing.
So what? Be the first.
All right.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
Create your own resources, yes?
Absolutely.
Well, then there you go. You'll have enough resources when you create them.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. So it's all about being bold enough to take the actions you need to take. If you can't find what you need, create what you need.
Bashar, thank you for co-creating.
And to you, good day.
I'm going to follow on what you were saying about creating resources, and in a slightly different way. When I speak to people about you, as part of my highest excitement is knowledge and kind of finding out my own truth.
Yes. And?
I have a great issue with speaking with people of great trauma, and they often...
You're doing okay right now.
Well, when I speak to people about what I see as a beautiful, enlightening, and healing love that you provide, unconditional love, to which I strive for, I'm wondering...
Yes.
I'm speaking to people of trauma, and they often say something along the lines of, well, that sounds like a really privileged philosophy. How do I just create my own resources?
Well, do you have ways of showing them? Do you understand the principle behind when we talk about acting on your highest excitement to the best of your ability with no insistence on an outcome? Do you understand why that formula works, and can you explain it to others?
Well, it's based on it being my highest path. It's my highest vibration.
The path of least resistance, the truth for you.
Right.
And everyone has the ability to recognize their own truth through the things that excite them the most, that they are most able to do, without insisting how the outcome ought to look.
So often I would say, where's the simpler pitch to somebody who says, yeah, well, why would somebody incarnate themselves in such struggle? And I've heard you speak on autism, and I was maybe other cases.
There are as many reasons as there are people, but if you want a basic answer, understand again that sometimes it's easier to know, it's easier to learn what you do prefer by having an experience of what you don't prefer. The idea is to use the polarities in a constructive way. I'll put it to you in a philosophical statement. It's easier to see the light of a single candle when it's surrounded by darkness. Do you understand?
Yes.
It's easier to see your path when there is so much around it that you know is not your path. So many times in physical reality, you will attract certain ideas that are not necessarily representative of your preference, that are representative of darkness and negativity, because it gives you an opportunity by comparison to know the difference between that and what you actually are. So if you use the darkness, the negativity, in a positive way, then you will only get a beneficial effect. But if you're worried about the idea of the negativity, then all you're doing is adding more negativity, adding more darkness. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. So yeah.
Is this helping? Because it's all about changing your perspective and your definitions of things. Because your definitions are what create your experience of reality. Do you understand that?
Absolutely. Yes.
So when you take the initiative to use your imagination to look at a circumstance and see beyond how it looks on the surface, and create your own definition of why that circumstance is in your life that's a positive definition, then regardless of how the situation originally concurred, regardless of anyone else's opinion in that same situation, you will always only get a beneficial and positive effect out of it, and that can be the living example that shows others how they can also infuse every circumstance in their life with a positive meaning in order to get a positive effect for themselves as well, instead of succumbing to outdated, outmoded, old-fashioned beliefs that say this is that and it can be nothing else. because there are no facts like that in existence. Those are all just perspectives and opinions. Do you understand?
Yes. So what do you do with somebody who's fairly open and receptive, gets 10 minutes in and is...
You say, thank you very much, I'll be on my way. Because
All right.
why do you
There you
need
go.
to force anybody to learn anything?
No, absolutely, yeah.
Well, then that's the answer.
Right,
You
great.
share what you are able to share. They will absorb what they're able to absorb. If they wish to absorb no more, you've done your job, move on.
Correct. And by being the light, you are showing the path.
That's it. You have perhaps shown them everything they needed from you. Remember, we are sharing this information with all of you because this is what it excites us to do, not because we believe you have to pay attention or listen or understand anything that we're saying. We would do this anyway. That's the point. It's not about whether you believe us. It's not about whether you apply any of this. We know that you'll get a beneficial effect if you do, because from our own experience, we know that's how existence works. These are formulas. This is physics. It's energy physics. That's all it is. What you put out is what you get back. But you have to know what you're putting out. You have to be clear about the definitions that are creating your experience of reality. It all boils down to an age-old phrase of 2 words, know thyself. And the more you know yourself really clearly, you will understand what you have bought into as a belief system, as a definition that you say is true that doesn't necessarily have to be true for you. So we know that all of you will take this information or leave this information. It doesn't really matter because we leave that in your hands because we have our own lives and we don't need to control yours. No, thank you. We have more than enough life to live on our own. But we share this with you because we know it can benefit you, but you're the ones that have to make the decision that it will and apply it. And if you say, all right, well, that's enough for now, then that's enough for now. We don't care. We love you unconditionally. You understand?
Absolutely. Thank you for your unconditional love and showing the way.
All right.
I appreciate that. I'm going to get out of the way for the next person. I just wanted to know, we often ask ourselves around the kitchen table, what's my highest excitement in doing the dishes?
Well, it can be. Many people find it a very meditative act to have their hands in warm water for so long. And it puts them in the proper state where their imagination runs wild, like standing in one of your showers. Many times, many of you have said, well, when I'm standing in the showers, I get all these ideas. It's like a meditation chamber. Washing your dishes can be the same way. At the same time, do understand, we're not saying it has to be done this way, but sometimes if something is truly not your excitement, and you're just not making it seem like it's not your excitement with a negative belief system about it, you could also attract someone for whom washing the dishes is exciting to do them for you. It can work that way. I'm not saying it has to, but it can, if it is truly not your excitement. Nevertheless, give it a chance. See where it takes you. You may be surprised when you actually just get into the act of being present with something like that, how it can be extremely transportive and take you places you never imagined you could go. As many of your Zen monks say, chop wood, carry water. In the simple acts of physical life, you can find deep truths if you allow yourself to go to the correct space from which to do those acts. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Hello.
And to you, good day.
Hi, my name is Teddy.
All right.
It's a very
Speak up so that
Yeah,
all
it's,
may hear what you have to share.
It's a very sensitive subject.
Are you sure you wish to talk about it in front of a group?
Yes.
All right.
Yes. So we are witnessing lately a huge migration from Syria and Europe. It's millions of people are.
Yes.
And what's the spiritual meaning? What's?
Well, there are many different kinds of sociological and political changes going on your planet. You are getting everything out on the table, mixing things up to decide what kind of a world you really want. Putting everything out on the table all at once and saying, this is what we prefer, this is what we do not prefer. You're mixing it all up because there isn't much time left in the cycle of limitation that you've been living for thousands of years. So you have to get everything out in the open in front of your face to deal with it, to change things, to shift things around in a different way. You have to know exactly what's going on with everyone. Yes?
Yes.
So?
Thank you very much.
Does that help you?
Yes.
All right. Thank
Awesome.
you.
Thank you.
And to you, good day.
And to you, good day.
Is it okay to ask a couple quick questions?
Well, that was one question. You want to ask another one?
Well, all right, cool. So you were introduced as Darryl being able to channel a group of beings, and Darryl referred to you as a he.
We are telepathically connected to many other beings, but I am an individual. I am a male in my society of extraterrestrial beings.
Awesome, thank you. And is it possible for others to channel you?
No, but for other members of my society, yes.
So when Darryl leaves his body, that's going to be the last of this information?
No. But the point is this information comes through many different sources, in many different ways. And by the time, in that sense, it is time for this channeling not to occur this way anymore, it is quite possible that we will actually be physically among you anyway.
Cool. Is there an ideal diet for humans?
Ideal diet?
Diet.
Whatever works best for your body consciousness. Now, we understand that many of you are accelerating your energy, you're lightening up, and therefore you don't necessarily need as much sustenance or as dense a sustenance. But if your body consciousness says that right now you do need something to keep your body going, then at the very least, make it the most natural, lightest, organic thing you can. And respect the energy and the consciousness in the food that you do consume. Have a relationship with it that is a positive and constructive one, in much the same way that many indigenous societies on your planet used to have. The idea is that you will naturally find what you need and what you feel the urge to eat, and the things that you no longer need, you will lose the urge to consume. But please also do remember that when you, in looking at it very often from a one-sided perspective, consume something from nature, you're taking it into yourself and not only making it a part of you, you're becoming part of it. So as you consume nature, nature is consuming you. It's a two-way street, not a one-way street. So sometimes it is one way to allow yourself to identify in nature as nature more strongly. But again, by simply following your natural path, your natural rhythms, you will know exactly what you're truly attracted to consume and what you no longer need. As long as, again, you are truthful within yourself, honest within yourself, clear within yourself, these things will come about naturally. You don't have to force yourself to be more spiritual. Do you understand?
Yes. Thank you.
Go with the flow of your natural rhythms. The synchronicity in your life will work for you in a natural way and allow you to divest yourself of what you truly no longer need, and you can streamline yourself that way through a process over time, quickly or slowly, doesn't really matter. It's whatever is perfect for you. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Does that help you?
Yes, that's awesome. Thank you.
Yes.
A couple more quick points. Some respected people have been saying lately that the Earth is actually flat. Can you comment?
Well, in your physical reality, I think most of you know it is a sphere. It doesn't mean that there aren't other dimensional forms of the Earth on different planes, and certainly on one-dimensional form, the Earth is flat. But only a portion of your consciousness is focused there. The consciousness that I'm communicating with right now does have a piece of themselves in that dimension where the Earth is perceived to be flat. But for the most part, as you are evolving and becoming more aware that you are higher dimensional beings, you are experiencing the reality more in a 3- or 4-dimensional and eventually 5th-dimensional way. So in that sense, your focus is not really on the flat Earth, your focus is on a multidimensional one, which represents itself in your reality as a sphere. You can see the truth of this, the example of this, anytime any of your astronauts go into space and release a bubble of water. Anything free-floating in space in zero gravity will automatically form a sphere, not a disk. You understand?
Yes.
So does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Final part, are we each eternal beings?
You are all indestructible, infinite, eternal beings, even though you are creating the illusion right now that you are finite.
Great, thank you.
Does that help you?
Yes, that's great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To elaborate, the reason you know that is true is because if you understand the nature of existence, and obviously you exist, Existence only has one quality: to be. That's it. That's its nature. It's only isness. That's all it is. So if you exist, you are part of that isness, and you cannot become non-existent. Non-existence is already full of all the things that will never exist. There is no room in non-existence for the things that do exist. And again, looking at it another way, you know you will never become non-existent because by definition, non-existence doesn't exist. So how can you go into something that doesn't exist? You will always exist even though you may change your form, your perspective, your experience of yourself. The fundamental perspective of all that is that you are, the unique point of view that you are, can never cease to exist. So no matter what level of creation you're experiencing, you always experience it from your point of view. Even the idea that many of you talk about blending with the infinite, becoming one with all that is, will be experienced from your point of view. You will become all that is. You will not disappear. You will be all that's left. Does that make sense? If it doesn't, that's all right. You can sleep on it.
Hello.
And to you, good day.
My name is Brandy, and I have a question about life purpose.
The life purpose in general, if we may proceed right now.
No, thank you. Hold on. Life purpose.
You don't want us to proceed with an answer yet?
I have a question about life purpose, and the life
Yes.
purpose question is, do we have one life purpose, or do we have many life purposes?
Yes, well, you see, I was going to answer your question. So, would you like me to go ahead and answer it?
Yes, please.
Thank you. First of all, the fundamental purpose for all of you is the same. Absolutely the same. It is to be you as fully as you possibly can. That's it. That's your purpose. Now, how you go about expressing that purpose, that's a different issue. You can express your purpose in a number of different ways. Whatever excites you the most at that moment will be the highest expression of your purpose of being yourself as fully as you can. And obviously, as you know, your excitement and the expression of your excitement can change throughout your lifetime. So while there are many different ways you can express your purpose is the same as everyone's, to be you as fully as you possibly can. Does that answer your question?
Yes, there's another part to it.
All right.
My purpose keeps on shifting
I just told you it would.
as a very...
It's not that your purpose is shifting, the expression of your purpose is shifting, and that's natural because your excitement will shift. Your expression of it will shift as you change, as you grow, as you become a different person. You'll express your purpose differently. The purpose hasn't shifted. The purpose is still to be you, whatever that means, as fully as you can be.
Okay, so I have a family now, and then I'm also a career woman.
Yes.
And so that shift the focus from a download that I had about creating new systems and being a bridge from the higher frequencies into the third dimensional frequencies.
Yes.
Allowing our planet, what we know here as Earth,
Yes.
to shift the economic system. So as a parent,
Yes.
I haven't been able to find the balance in time with family and being that my highest value.
Then you may not actually be acting on your highest excitement to the best of your ability or doing the things that excite you in the most exciting way you could be doing them. Because any resistance, any difficulty that you may experience in things arranging themselves in the proper timing would be the result of not necessarily having a clear definition or a clear expression of your excitement. So you may have old, outdated definitions that are holding you back, making it appear as if you cannot do these things in proper timing or in the proper order or have time to do them. That would be a sign that there is some definition within you that is not allowing you to experience your excitement in the purest possible way. Because excitement is a complete kit by definition. It contains every single thing you need that's relevant in your life, and it leaves absolutely nothing out that needs to be in your life as a representation of your excitement. So when you talk about the idea of being excited to have a career, you talk about the idea of being excited to have a family, you talk about the idea of being excited to bring information into the earth that can help with the transformation. All these things can work together when you have a purer approach, a clearer approach, a cleaner approach to the very idea of what it means to act on your excitement. The excitement kit, when you follow the formula, acting on your highest excitement every moment that you can to the best that you are able, taking it as far as you can till you can take it no further, with absolutely zero insistence on what the outcome ought to look like, the most important factor, you activate the kit of excitement. The kit of excitement contains the following tools, automatically activated. It becomes the driving engine of your life, moving you through the life. It becomes the organizing principle, presenting to you through synchronicity the things you need to do in what order you need to do them. It becomes the path of least resistance in your life so that you experience these things in the most effortless way possible. It becomes the path that connects you to all other expressions of your excitement, no matter what form they may come in. It becomes the reflective mirror that reveals to you anything within you that might be out of alignment with your excitement so that you can identify it and let it go and add its energy to your excitement and grow in that way. And it absolutely, as we said, leaves nothing relevant out of your life that needs to be there as an expression of your excitement, because excitement is the thread that leads to all other excitement, that connects to all other excitement. So the thing to do is examine your beliefs that you've been taught about your relationship to these ideas and understand them as different expressions of your purpose, your overall excitement of being yourself, and allow yourself to develop more streamlined, more modern definitions of how to go about relating to these different circumstances so that you can clear away the chaff, get down to the kernel of each thing, and then see that there is more than enough automatic time and timing in which everything that you actually need to do that is representative of your excitement can happen in the proper order. That's how it works. Is this making some sense to you?
I'm excited.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please again remember, we are not dealing with philosophy here. We are dealing with physics. We are describing energy physics. We are describing equations of how the mechanism of existence actually works, what the structure actually is, so that you can understand how to use it as a toolkit. Because it works, it automatically works. You don't have to make it work, you just have to allow it to work. That's all you need to do, is back off the idea of having to make it happen and let the things happen that need to happen in your life, because your higher mind already knows what those things are, even if your physical mind doesn't, because your physical mind isn't designed to know how everything is going to happen. It's only designed to know what's happening right now. That's its purpose, to give you an experience of what's happening right now as a physical being. The idea of how something is going to come about is the purview of the higher mind. So let it do its job. Don't try to do its job for it. Your physical mind isn't equipped to do so. It's not designed to do so, and it doesn't need to be. All your physical mind needs to do is be in the state that is your preferred state, and allow the higher mind to bring you the circumstances and situations and opportunities that are representative of that state, and then act on them in the most positive way that you possibly can, and enjoy the ride. That's physical reality. Yes? All right.
Hi, Bashar.
Oh, well said.
Bashar?
Yes, and to you, good day.
Do you know everything?
I don't know.
Just
We
checking.
know what we need to know when we need to know it. We don't actually function with what you call a memory. We simply know what we need to know when we need to know it, and if we don't know it, we don't need to. That's how it works. So, of course, we don't know everything. We only know what we need to know. But we also know that if we do need to know something, we will know it. Not a second later than we need to know it, but also not a second sooner than we need to know it. We perfectly trust the timing and the synchronicity of our lives.
Okay, just checking.
Oh, all right. Thank you for checking. Anything else?
Yes. Can you please talk about karma and past lives relating
Yes.
to animals?
All right, but first and foremost, we have to again lay out some definitions that are a little bit different than many of the ones that the people on your planet have of these terms. There is no such thing really as the past or the future. These are alternate parallel realities that exist simultaneously with you. Do you follow me so far? Everything exists here and now, all at once. But it's separated, in a sense, experientially, by different frequencies. Much in the same way that you know your television sets operate. If you're watching one program and then change the channel, the other program that you were watching a moment ago may still be running. It hasn't ceased to exist. It's not really in the past. You've just shifted frequencies. So the idea of past lives, future lives, are actually being lived right now by the people that those lives are. And you, from the present, are just connecting to them energetically, informationally, to download whatever experience and information you may need from their lives in order to inform your exploration of life here and now in your life, in much the same way that they may be doing the same thing with you, and taking experience and information that you're learning and applying it in their lives. You as a person have never been them. They as a person will never be you, because you both exist at the same time. Now, you might both be extensions of the same oversoul, and from that level, as an oversoul, you might say, I am both of these lives. But as a person, you never were any other person, you never will be another person. Because everyone already exists, and every person is unto themselves unique and exists at the same time that you do. So the idea of past lives and reincarnation is a perspective from linear space-time. You're describing an effect rather than the mechanism. Do you understand? You can create an experience, absolutely. You can create the experience of having had another life and being another person and then reincarnating as another person. But that's a space-time perspective that isn't an accurate description of the mechanism that's actually in play. Do you follow me so far? Yes, no, maybe?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. So when you ask, have I had these other lives, or what about reincarnation for humans or animals or what have you, you must understand the basic framework is that everything exists all at once, but connections are made. And because you're existing right now or focused right now in a space-time linear perspective, you perceive that energetic connection that is being made from the present as if it's something having to do with the past, because that's how you recognize or frame or order or organize your idea of yourself in a space-time structure. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And so, it's the same for the animals. They're all connected to what they need to be connected to. And another thing to understand when you're talking about these kinds of connections is that they're dynamic. They're always changing. Many people on your planet have this idea that a so-called past life is always your past life. No. As you become a different person, you might have different past lives. Because you don't need to connect to that one anymore. You need to connect to something else. So it's a dynamic, ever-changing system. It's not static. Karma is simply a self-imposed state of being that recognizes that you may have been out of alignment, out of balance with your true self, and it's an urge to go back into alignment, an urge to go back into balance, an urge to realign with creation in a more fundamental way. That's all karma is. It's completely self-imposed.
I meant in relation to, for example, if you kill an animal,
Yes.
and then you have to come back as that animal.
No,
to
it doesn't work
experience
that
the other
way.
side.
It does not work that way. You can create the experience as if you've done that, but that's not what's mechanically actually happening.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yes.
You can go to another level of your consciousness, a higher level of your consciousness, an oversoul of an oversoul, perhaps, or an oversoul of an oversoul, or an oversoul, that contains all of the connections to the human lives you have, all of the connections to the animal lives that are also part of the same oversoul of oversouls. And from that perspective, you can experience the idea of being the animal, but it's not actually happening as a personality shift. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Yes?
Yes,
Does that answer your question specifically enough?
it does. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Good day, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
My first question is, there's a theory going around that the Earth has no core of substance. It's hollow.
It is not.
Okay, thank you.
However, many people, when they explore certain areas on the Earth, or sometimes actually in the Earth, in tunnels and caves, will come across a portal that leads them into another dimension. And being in that dimension, they think they're still inside the physical Earth when they've actually shifted to another reality altogether. And that's what they're calling the hollow Earth. They think it's actually physically inside your planet, and it's not. It's another dimension of experience altogether. But they don't even know that they've crossed that dimensional line.
Okay, thank
Make
you.
sense?
Yes.
All right.
What can you tell me about the history of how the humanoid beings came to Earth, and how we became ourselves?
All right. Well, many of you perhaps are familiar with some of the ancient stories referred to as the extraterrestrial race of the Anu. Mm-hmm. Yes? Or what you call the Anunnaki. Yes?
Yes.
Well, in coming to your planet many hundreds of thousands of years ago, they took upon themselves the idea of genetic experimentation with the naturally evolved hominid species that already existed on your planet, that evolved naturally on your world.
The apes.
You call this Homo habilis.
Okay.
And they added their own extraterrestrial genetics to it to allow for the creation of Homo sapien. Mm-hmm. Now, if they had not done that, Homo habilis would have continued in its natural evolution. And they didn't do it to every single branch, which is why the natural evolved hominid on your planet actually did evolve alongside you. It's called Sasquatch. So if they had not introduced their genetic material into the idea of Homo sapien, you would actually all be Sasquatch today.
Okay, but since the Anunnaki, there have been many other species that have come.
There have been a few, yes.
Such as?
Well, such as those beings you call the Greys, which are actually not exactly alien beings. They are mutated humans from a parallel Earth that destroyed itself, that had to tunnel into your and other realities where viable human DNA allows them to recreate their civilization and create the hybrids of which our civilization is one group. This is why we engage with all of you, because we are literally genetically family. And we are assisting you with this information to give you an opportunity to not go down the same path that destroyed their version of Earth.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes. And how did the Incas cut those stones and move them and shape them in such perfect ways?
There are a variety of technologies that have been lost to your civilization. A lot of it has to do with sound frequencies. Mm-hmm. A lot of it has to do with understanding certain kinds of plant chemistries that can actually soften rock.
Okay.
There are many different things that have been lost to your knowledge.
Did it have to do with extraterrestrial assistance?
In certain cases, yes, but not necessarily as often as you think. Mm-hmm. Many of the ancient races also had the ability to do what you call out-of-body travel, and thus they learned things on higher dimensions and simply brought the knowledge back and applied it. Mm-hmm. You can do this too, and many of you do. Mm-hmm. Does that help?
Yes. And one more.
Yes.
Can you give us any predictions, any information about the future of ascension for humanity in the near future?
All right. Well, first and foremost, again, another caveat, another explanation of the idea of prediction. There's no such thing as a prediction of the future. A prediction is a sensing of the energy that exists at the moment the prediction is made. Now, if that energy has momentum behind it, has a lot of inertia behind it, and is unlikely to change, then it can perhaps manifest or come to pass. But if the energy changes, then the prediction is rendered obsolete. And in fact, sometimes hearing a prediction, which is a sensing of the energy that exists at that moment, that seems most probable, most likely, hearing the prediction can actually change the energy. Because now you know what the probability is, and if you don't prefer that outcome, you can actually change it and render the prediction obsolete.
Okay.
Because you have many probable parallel reality futures to pick from. Some of them have a lot of momentum behind them because your collective consciousness has agreed that this is the direction you will go in general. You definitely are heading in the direction and are in the process of ascending, which again is just raising your frequency to be more in alignment with your true self, which is why it's so important to act on your highest excitement, because that's what it does for you. And if you were not ascending, it is very improbable we would be having these conversations. So we, in a sense, are a marker that your frequency is shifting, because now it's probable that you can have conversations with beings from other dimensions, other realms, other realities. This is becoming more natural in your society. And it can continue if that's the path you have set yourself on. In terms of the idea of open extraterrestrial contact, the most likely probability for this to begin and being representative of having arrived at an ascension point that is sufficient for open contact to occur, as we read the energy now, is most likely between your years of 2025 and 2033. Beyond that, absolutely no later than 2050 as we read the energy now. You can accelerate it, you can stretch it out. Each person also may experience this in a slightly different way, because each and every one of you is a different reality. You're just agreeing to create what appears to be a similar reality, but it's not the same one. As many people are here, that's how many realities are actually here. So the idea also is to remember that you actually never change the earth that you're on. You change yourself and you shift to another version, another parallel reality version of Earth that is already more reflective of the change you've made within yourself. That's how it works. You never change the Earth you're on. That Earth still exists. The Earth that you were on 5 minutes ago still exists somewhere else. And you're not on it anymore. You're not focused on it anymore as this you. A version of you is still there perhaps, but not this version. You're now on a different Earth because you're a different person, moment to moment to moment to moment to moment to moment. You're constantly shifting through billions of parallel realities with your consciousness every second. That's what creates the experience you call time. Time is a side effect of your consciousness shifting through different frames of parallel realities, creating the continuity illusion of time and space. Just like the frames on a film strip that you project on a screen to create the illusion of movement in a movie. Each frame is its own reality and has absolutely no movement, no experience whatsoever in it. But when you shine your consciousness through that frame and another and another and another and another, like a projector light, you then are shifting billions of times a second to create an illusion of change and movement in space and time, and that's how you experience the idea of discovery and growth. But it's your consciousness experience.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yes. And would you say that by this time, between 2025 and 2033, the majority of the Western world, for example, would be consciously aware of the reality of our spiritual nature and our...
No, not necessarily, but enough of you will. Please understand, it takes far fewer people in alignment with their true self to outweigh all the people not in alignment, because being not in alignment is not a cohesive effect. It takes very few people being in alignment to create the idea of a collective momentum that overpowers or outweighs the idea of everyone acting separately. Does that make sense? So it doesn't require that the majority of your population is aligned that way in order for the effect to be experienced by those people. The other people that don't wish to experience that will shift to a parallel Earth where they don't experience that. You understand?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
All right. Will that do?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Hello, Bashar.
I knew you. Good day.
So you touched on a lot of themes that my question's about, and over the last decade, I've died and left my body, and I was struck by lightning.
Oh, all right. How exciting.
And for a while, it was really confusing because I started to channel different people's repressed emotions, and even started to connect to this idea that you're talking about, where these parallel realities. So it's sort of like connecting to the oversoul in a number of different pieces. And I started seeing how certain alignments could exist on our planet and locally and in people's sort of ideology.
Yes.
And because I've witnessed this, I feel somewhat responsible for the witnessing of this.
That's all right,
reality.
but just please remember, the definition of responsibility is simply the ability to respond.
Okay.
That's all.
Right. And I guess in some of the responses, I see some people in pain or in turmoil.
Yes.
And to me, being able to have this extra sense of...
Yes.
Yeah, just this extra sense, I guess. I don't even know what to really call it. Because I feel like sometimes I'm connecting to the sensation at the foundation of sense perception.
It gives you an opportunity to understand their perspective so that you can be of assistance to them when and where they choose to allow you to assist. Yes.
Right. And so what I'm trying to understand is the discernment between these different parallel dimensions, because sometimes it's quite conflicting, because I feel like there's a aspect that's sort of like help and I need an assistance, and this other aspect that's sort of fighting against the assistance. And so sometimes I feel like, am I just not supposed to do anything? Should I just keep my mouth shut?
No. Let the synchronicity of your life show you where you can be of assistance by sharing whatever it is you are moved through your excitement to share. But be aware that some people may still, at a certain point, as we said earlier in this conversation, resist any additional sharing or information or assistance. When you reach that point, back off.
Right.
Give them their due. Let them show you what path they're on, because they may need to sit within whatever they're experiencing for a while. You can never be the determiner of how they need to go through their process. But you can know that if synchronicity has brought you into their lives and them into your life, that there is some reason for it, and you can simply give whatever it is you are able to give as a sharing, as an assistance, as a help, but not beyond the point where you start receiving reflections that they no longer request it.
Right.
It's that simple. Mm-hmm. Does that help?
That does.
Keep it simple, keep it clear. There is no need to be confused about it.
Right. And
just
then
see what's going on in the reality, see what's going on in them. There's no reason to push, there's no reason to force. Remember, everyone is an eternal, indestructible being. What's your hurry?
Right.
Yes?
So I feel like one of the things I've experienced in this is that we kind of inhabit our own limitations.
Of course.
And there's a greater aspect, I think, maybe of all of us, where we are.
Of course.
These eternal beings, and it seems like I sort of say death is a ritual that most believe in, so it occurs.
All right. Well, may I let you in on a little secret?
Yeah, please.
Oh, all right. Just you, though. No one else.
Okay. Plug your
Kidding. Here's the truth. Uh-huh. All of you, right now, are still in spirit. Mm-hmm. That's your natural state. You're dreaming that you're not. But you're in spirit having this dream of physical reality. But you're still in spirit. You never leave spirit. Never. It's not possible. You're just dreaming that you have.
So in that sense, is it possible for us to create a dream where we stop going through cycles of birth and death and pain and pleasure? And
yes.
Okay.
And that's called waking up.
Right.
Into more of yourself. It doesn't mean you won't still have challenges, but that doesn't have to include the idea of suffering. That's an outmoded idea. Yes? Now's the time for you to let go of the need to have to suffer in order to deserve freedom. Do you understand? You deserve it anyway, by your nature. So by all means, challenge yourselves, but that's exciting, that's fun. You don't need to suffer in order to do it. You can let go of that outmoded definition. Yes?
So what would you say is maybe a fundamental thing that all of us could do to be less limited?
I already have told you. The formula is as simple as 1, 2, 3. Act every moment that you can on the thing that contains more excitement than anything else. Do it to the best you are able to do it within the context of the parameters of your society. And do it with absolutely zero, and I mean zero, insistence or assumption as to what the outcome has to look like. Even the idea of assuming that what excites you has to come to fruition is an expectation you need to drop. Because many times the thing that excites you, the form the excitement comes in, doesn't mean that that thing has to come to fruition. It may only be exciting you just to get you to move into a different state of being, and then the thing that you really need to do is more easily presented to you. So never assume that the thing that excites you has to be the thing that comes to fruition. It might, but you don't know that. So never assume that you know that, because you don't know that. There might actually be something better to come along, and very often there is. When you understand that your visualization of what you believe to be the ideal outcome is actually a limitation on what could happen, you will start to drop the need for that outcome to happen in the way your physical mind has seen it. By all means, you can use visualization as a symbol of the energy state of the ideal outcome. Seeing an ideal outcome in your mind's eye gets you excited about the probability that that might happen. But don't become insistent that it must happen the way your physical mind sees it. Just maintain the state of excitement it put you in and drop the picture utterly. When you surrender the picture, you are surrendering to the higher mind, to all that is, to source, and you're allowing it to then fill the space with the manifestation that is actually representative of the state of being that the visualization put you in.
So the visualization is a tool.
It's a tool, it's a symbol, it's a representation, and quite often is actually far more limited than what your higher mind could actually bring you, which might be far, far grander. So don't limit yourself by assuming that the tool is the end-all, be-all. It's just a tool to get you in the proper state to allow what really needs to happen to happen. Make sense?
Total.
Does this help?
Yes.
Why, thank you.
Thank you.
And you, good day.
Good day.
Speak up, speak up.
Sorry, I wasn't close enough. I have a question for individuals and societies that are stuck in patterns of fear. And
no one is stuck. The answer is to understand that it's all about how you define yourself. And the idea of being stuck is not a fact, it's a belief. So if you can get in touch with the belief about why you believe you're stuck and recognize that it is just a nonsensical, illogical belief that has nothing to do with your true self, then you will drop that belief and you will no longer feel stuck. That's how it works. Every single experience you have, every single experience you can ever have in physical reality is the result of something you believe to be true.
yes.
So when you get in touch with what those definitional beliefs are, then once you make them conscious, instead of leaving them in the unconscious mind, it will make sense why you're experiencing things the way you're experiencing them. Because everything you experience, every emotion you have, every circumstance you experience, every thought you have, and every behavior you have stems from something you believe to be true first. So you can always trace your behaviors, your thoughts, your emotions, your experiences back to what you must believe to be true in order for you to be experiencing the situation this way. And it doesn't even mean that the situation has to look any different on the surface. The true measure of change is not whether the outside world changes. It's whether or not you respond differently to it, even if it still looks the same. That's the proof you've changed. And when you truly have changed, then the outside, more often than not, will change to reflect that. But if you need the outside to change in order to prove to yourself that you've changed, you're working it backwards because you're still making the change conditional on what happens on the outside instead of just making a statement of what is true for you. Because it doesn't matter how the circumstance may look, you can still get a beneficial effect from any circumstance if you give it a positive meaning for yourself. So who cares how it looks if all circumstances can give you a positive outcome? That's why the outside doesn't have to change in order for you to experience a very different reality, even in the very same circumstance that might have felt negative a moment ago. Does that make sense?
It does.
Does this help?
It does.
So look to the definitions. Anytime you feel stuck, remember that you can't have a feeling in a vacuum. The feeling must be coming from something you believe to be true, some definition within you that you're unaware of. Ask the question, what would I have to believe is true about myself in relation to this circumstance that allows me to feel the way I do? If you're willing to hear the answer in some way, shape, or form, whether in dreams and synchronicity, what have you, the answer will come. And the definition will present itself to you if you're willing to hear it. And once you identify it, you will usually find more often than not that any definition that is negative in that way, out of alignment with your true self, doesn't even belong to you. It probably came from your parents, from your schooling, from your society, from your friends, and you've just bought into it as if it's a fact. But when you realize that it's just an opinion, it's just a belief, it's just a perspective, and that it really belongs to someone else's process, then you can let it go. The facts, in a sense, the definitional facts that belong to you weigh nothing. If you feel like you're dragging baggage around, it's because the bags belong to someone else. You understand? Your own bags weigh nothing. So that's how you can tell the difference. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you.
Does that help you?
It does. I have one second question.
Yes.
When somebody is in a fear vibration, how can they, in a sense, quantum leap from that into what they know is their true selves when they're
redefine fear. What is fear? Fear is a messenger knocking on your door saying, hey, I'm attempting to get your attention to let you know you're holding on to a belief that doesn't serve you. That's what fear is. Redefine it. And then you can go, oh, thank you, fear. You're a good friend for letting me know something I need to know about myself. Thank you for doing your job so well. Now you can go on your way because you've delivered your message. Now, pay attention to this. I'll be a little bit more precise about it. Every single belief system has one common trait, and that is it does everything in its power to perpetuate itself. So the negative beliefs will use fear to perpetuate themselves. And the barometer is actually paradoxical. The greater the fear, the closer you are to freedom, because that means the negative belief is using every trick in the book to get you to be afraid to change. And so the greater the fear means it's having to work that much harder because you're that much closer to letting that negative belief go. So don't be duped by the fact that the fear escalates. It's just the negative belief using every single trick in its book, every single smoke and mirror, every single lie that it can to convince you of the reality of the negative belief so you won't let it go because that's what it's designed to do. But if you know that, and you know it's just smoke and mirrors, you know it's just a trick, then you can see behind the curtain and say, oh, good one, thank you. You almost had me there, but I know it's just a belief, and what I really know is any belief can be changed. So your tricks can't work on me. You see, this quality, this trait of negative beliefs is actually the origin of the ancient biblical phrase, the father of lies. Do you understand? Negative beliefs have to lie to you to convince you that they're real, whereas positive ones don't, because they are the truth. But the negative ones know they're not. So they have to give you falsehoods about yourself you're not worthy. You're not deserving. Don't try, you'll fail. And won't that feel terrible? Stay here in this safe little dark corner where you never have to worry that you'll fail. It has to give you all of these falsehoods to convince you to stay there because it's not the truth. So it has to work that much harder. And the way it works harder is by amping up the fear. But that's how you know you're really close to freedom. As you say on your planet, darkest before the dawn, most fearful before the breakthrough. So laugh at the fear. Ha ha, good one. Nice try. You're doing your job. Well done. But I'm not buying it anymore. You understand?
I do.
Does that help?
That helps tremendously.
Why, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Shaya.
All right, good day to you.
I've had a couple of questions.
Yes.
First of all, for as long as I can remember, I've always had this voice in my head that's always been like leading me when I had fears.
Yes.
Or has told me something when I'm stuck in a place.
Yes.
And in that line, there are things that happen to me. Like I can recall things from as far back to when I was 2 to what I was wearing to what day it was.
Yes.
And sometimes when I dream, I can imagine this one moment, and
Yes.
it normally does happen to me a while after.
Yes.
While I'm awake.
You're
and
simply tapping into what we call the template level reality, where you lay out the blueprint of your physical experience. And therefore, by tapping into it and being aware of it, you can see what you've already set up for your physical life coming to pass and recognize it when it happens.
Oh, well, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Yes.
And I would just like to know what all these things mean. Like, if I have a spiritual guide, what?
Yes, of course, you all have
memories-
guides. What you're hearing is your own higher mind and some of your spirit guides, and maybe a few other beings here and there that tap in when they need to. You all have a big support system, you know. You're never alone. Not really.
Thank you. Another question I have is, almost every person I've met has said that I've had an old soul.
An old soul idea, really, since you're all eternal and infinite anyway, is simply a perspective that a particular being may have connections, many, many connections of experience into a particular reality. So an old soul is someone who has a lot of experience in a particular reality.
Okay.
It doesn't mean you're actually older than any other soul on that level.
Yeah, for sure. So it means so would it mean that I would have another soul in a different
It means you are making connections to many other lives that are having different experiences that all inform you in this life, and you may be connecting to more than average.
Okay.
Many people might be connecting to, let's say, several hundred other lives simultaneously. Maybe old souls will be connecting to several thousand lives simultaneously. And from the linear space-time perspective, that's what makes them seem old. Because the physical human mind can't quite imagine how all that experience could happen if you weren't old. But it's just because you're tapping into so many sources of information.
Thank you.
Does that help?
Yes. I have another question.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Why are you apologizing?
Because I think I'm wasting a lot of time.
You are not wasting anything.
Okay.
Everyone has the ability to learn something from what you're sharing.
Okay, thank you. I've always had a connection with water. Every time I go to a beach, I would just want to live in the ocean forever.
Yes, well, you have a
Same
very
thing-
strong connection to Sirius and the dolphin energies. Do you go and play with the dolphins?
I actually have. I've gone diving with dolphins, and I had a connection.
So you're exemplifying a recognition that you have a very strong connection to the star system of Sirius, to whom the dolphins are also telepathically connected, and it's one of the strong connections that you have that you're playing out in this life.
Thank you. I also have the same.
Well, I had nothing to do with it.
I have. I also have the same connection with nature in that
Yes,
sort.
yes.
What does that mean?
What do you mean? What does it mean? It means you have a strong connection to nature.
No.
So that you can use that connection to inform your life, to apply that energy, that state of being, to act from the state of being you find yourself in nature, and act from that state of being in everything that you do will allow you to act in the most aligned way to your true frequency. You're using nature as a reflection to understand your true state of being, your true essence. So act from that state of being. and you'll always be in alignment with yourself. That's what nature is showing you, that you are a part of nature too. So use your nature, your true nature in life.
My last question is, when you were talking about like everyone has a spirit and that you're dreaming and that reality is just a dream.
In a sense,
is
yes.
it in the sense that when you die, you actually wake up from that dream?
Very much so.
And when you wake up, what area, like what place would you be in?
Whatever you want. There's no real time lag in spirit. Wherever you imagine yourself to be is where you will be. Remember, you're dreaming right now. So wherever you imagine yourself to be right now is a projection of consciousness, is a dream. But there is a time factor in it. It seems to take time for you to shift the idea of location. In spirit, that won't happen. As soon as you think it, as soon as you imagine it, you're there. Wherever that may be. Yes?
Yes. And
I thought you said that was your last question.
Well, no, it made me think of it. On track of that question, do you believe in like heaven and hell?
Do we believe in them?
Well, no.
We know that they are states of being. It is possible for you to choose to experience, but you're the one creating the state of being. Now, yes, there are archetypal levels to it because your collective consciousness says there can be such experiences. And so you can create places that may seem to be outside of you that you can go to, like heaven and hell, but you're still creating it, whether from a collective level or an individual level. You're still creating it within your consciousness. And by the way, even if most individuals believe in the idea on your planet that they might go to hell, trust me, if they actually have that experience when they die because they believe so strongly they would, the very second they don't like it, they're out of it. Do you understand?
Yes.
Because it is a real experience, but it's still happening within your consciousness. And the second you think you would rather be somewhere else, you are.
Thank you.
Does that help you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good day, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I was wondering if you might offer some advice on releasing and letting go that I could use for myself and also express to others.
Releasing from what?
Things that no longer serve you.
Well, what keeps you holding on to them if you know they don't serve you? That would be the question. Remember that you all have a motivational mechanism. The motivational mechanism works like this. You always, and I mean without fail here, without fail, and I mean automatically, and I mean immediately, always, without fail, will always move in the direction of what you believe benefits you. You will always move away instantly from what you believe does not. So if you find that you are holding on to things that you know don't benefit you, yet you're still holding on to them, there must be a definition that says that for some reason, that thing is actually more beneficial being held on to than being let go of. You have to find the definition that makes it appear to be the better choice and find the contradiction in that definition. For example, an example we often give, because many of you relate to the idea of money on your planet, is that many people on your planet are brought up with this idea that if you don't make a lot of money, you're not successful. At the same time, they're also brought up with the idea that the love of money is the root of all evil. And if you are hoarding money, you become a bad, greedy person. If you grow up with this conflicting belief system, you have to decide what's more important to you. Well, I'd rather be a good person, which according to this conflicting belief means I can't attract any money. Now, when you dive down and you realize that that actually is the belief, that if you attract money, you're a bad person, you can say, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. There are many people who are very wealthy, who are very good people. The idea of simply having a lot of abundance in whatever form it may come, a lot of wealth, does not automatically mean you're a greedy, bad, corrupt person. So that is a fallacy. It's a contradictory definition. And once you know that, you can then say, well, I understand that I can be a good person and still attract whatever form of abundance I need. I don't have to believe that it automatically makes me bad or greedy or any of those things. I have seen the falsehood in that contradictory definition. And once you see that it's illogical and nonsensical, it's automatically gone. You have automatically released it. But it has to appear nonsensical before you will release it. As long as it makes sense, as we said earlier, the negative belief saying, please don't try, you may fail, and then you'll be even worse off than you are now. Stay here where it's safe. I know you don't prefer this, but it's safer, isn't it? Warm and comfy. Stay here because it's the familiar. It's the devil you know as opposed to the devil you don't. Ooh, scary out there. When you understand that that's just a belief, you can say, it doesn't have to be so. It's not a fact. It's just a point of view. And now it makes no sense to hold on to that, and so you have let it go when it makes no sense. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Does that help you then?
It does.
Are you motivated to find the beliefs that don't work for you and let them go?
I am.
And remember, the process of your life will always be about letting something go. It doesn't mean you will always have negative beliefs, but at some point, if you have divested yourself in this lifetime of all the negative beliefs you need to divest yourself of, you will still be letting go of things. It's just that they won't be negative beliefs. They will, from that point forward, simply be things that are no longer relevant for you. You will streamline yourself continuously until you have, in your own estimation, served the purpose of the theme in this life. And you will move on. It's as simple as that. But again, remember, even if you don't, you are still eternal. You still have many, many, many options. You can still look at things from another point of view when you go into spirit. Even if you feel the life was not exactly what you would have preferred, it doesn't matter because the spirit and the soul always knows how to use whatever experience you had in life in a way that serves the growth of the soul. So do not fear, do not fret, just do your best. That's all you need to do. You're fine. Don't worry so much. Lighten up a bit. Remember, don't take things so seriously. And the first step toward true enlightenment is to lighten up on yourself. Does that help?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Oh, good day. So you've talked a lot today about excitement, sort of
Yes.
using excitement as a compass for your life. What do you say to if you can't find the excitement in your
I
life?
already answered that. That's not possible. That takes a real will to not find it. Because as we said, it's very simple. You are here today because this excited you more than another choice. When you leave this conversation today, stop, take stock, and go, what are my options? Taking a walk, reading a book, having lunch with a friend, seeing a movie, writing something, painting something, whatever it is, just pick the one that contains even just a little bit more attractiveness, a little bit more excitement in it than any other option, and do that first. That's all you need to do. It's that simple. It's not a big mystery. That's why it's very easy to act on your excitement and doesn't need to be confusing. If you really don't know what your excitement is in any options that you have, then that takes a concerted effort to ignore what could be exciting you.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yeah, I do.
Does that help you?
Kind of, but thank
Kind
you.
of. All right. Well, what's missing for you?
Because I think it's difficult to find.
That's a belief.
Right.
It's not a fact. That's a belief. So what would help you would be to spend some time finding out why you think that belief is true when it doesn't have to be. So that's one step you could do to clear the way to recognize your excitement more easily.
Okay.
Is let go of beliefs that make it appear to be difficult to do so. There is no such thing as an inherently difficult circumstance. No such thing. There is only your belief that makes it appear difficult. Never assume that what comes out of your mouth is a fact. It's just a point of view. It's just an opinion. There are only 5 facts that we have ever discovered in existence. We call them the 5 laws. Number one, you exist. Nothing you can do about that. Nothing. That's a fact. Number two, everything is here and now. There's nothing you can do about that. Number three, the one is the all are the one. There's absolutely nothing you can do about that. Number four, what you put out is what you get back. No way you can change that. And number five, everything changes except the 5 laws. That's it. Those are the only 5 facts we've ever discovered in existence. Everything else, and I mean everything else, is an opinion. So when you hear yourself saying, well, that's very difficult, stop yourself. Wait a minute. That's not a fact. It's a point of view. It's a belief. And I now know a belief can be changed. So change it to the belief you prefer. This may be challenging, but challenges are fun. It's easy because it's just a challenge, and that's what I'm here to experience anyway. Oh, joy. And then it won't be difficult anymore. It'll be something else because you've redefined the experience. Yes?
Yes, thank you so much.
You are so welcome. You are all so welcome. And we thank each and every one of you and all of you together for the co-creation of this interaction, the allowance of this transmission, our unconditional love to you all, and we bid you all an exciting day of discovery and play. Good day.
I'm going to say good day to you this day of your time. How are you all? All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you once again for the co-creation of this interaction. Each and every time you allow us to interact with each and every one of you and all of you together, it is a great gift for us that allows us to experience through all of you many more facets of the multidimensional crystal of creation. So we thank you for that gift. This transmission has been titled the 135711 download. The idea being that this will be a kind of a shorthand template for you to be able to call upon the main principles in metaphysics so that as you move through life, you'll be able to remember this simple formula, this simple idea that can take you right into the deeper principles in a moment's notice. Once you understand each and every one of them and use this idea of this template, you can have this guidance tool through life at any time you face a challenge and require remembering what it is that you may be able to do at that moment that will propel you forward in the most positive and creative way. So first and foremost, the idea begins with understanding that, of course, as has been said many times for thousands of years on your planet, everything is one thing. It is the idea of what we call the third law. The one is the all are the one. You, us, everything within existence are reflections of one intelligence, one existence, one self-awareness. The idea of the one has different aspects to it. One aspect is that which is homogeneous, unbroken, has no sense of itself whatsoever, no self-awareness, no experience. It is just existence, pure and simple. But within existence, there is this idea of that which knows itself, that which is self-aware, which is consciousness. The idea of self-awareness requires that there be the concept of an other than self by comparison in order to know that there is the self. So the unbroken one doesn't have a concept of an other. It is literally one thing. And therefore, without a reflection, it is not self-aware except for that aspect of it that creates in its own reflection everything you understand to exist within creation. So by having this split of reflection within the one, where suddenly there is this concept of what is not the one, what is the other within the one, then there is this dynamic that is created that creates the explosion of existence in all of its forms. But from that one is everything. And once you understand that there is this dynamic of one and not the one, and the other and not the other, and the self, then you have immediately not a polarity, but a trinity. Because there is always a balance point in the center between two polarities. So you instantly jump from 1 to 3, not to 2. You always have the balance point in the center. This is what is meant by some of your religious texts when they talk about a trinity. They have interpreted it in certain ways that are human terms, but the idea is simply more fundamental than the way it is presented in many of your religions. It is simply that there always has to be a middle point between what you experience as duality, what you experience as polarity, what you experience as opposites. And that is a triangle, which is the most solid, stable structure and is the underlying template of physical reality. Triangles and tetrahedrons form the underlying template of what you experience mathematically and energetically as your physical reality projection in consciousness. The idea, therefore, is that once you have this sense of self by creating a sense of an other than self and create the trinity of the balance point between the two polarities, you instantly develop and expand into the idea of the structure of existence, the nature of existence that then can perpetuate everything you experience from that point forward as reflections of all that is. This leads to the idea of the 5, what we have called the 5 laws, which are as follows. You exist. There is nothing you can do to change that. Everything is here and now. There is nothing you can do to change that. The one is all, the all are one, as we have said. There is nothing you can do to change that. What you put out is what you get back. There is nothing you can do to change that. And the 5th law is everything changes except the laws. There is nothing you can do to change that. But the idea of everything changing is that the only thing that everything changing can change into is not changing, which becomes the laws that never change. It's a circle, it's a cycle, it's a self-perpetuating loop. This doesn't change, this doesn't change, this doesn't change, this doesn't change. This changes into that which doesn't change, doesn't change, doesn't change, doesn't change, and everything changes except it changes into that which doesn't change, doesn't change, doesn't change. You get the point. So it creates this cycle, and that is actually a description of the structure of existence. The structure of existence never changes in that sense fundamentally. What changes is your perspective and your experience of the structure. That's how creation expands, because you are always seeing the single moment of now, the single point of here from new perspectives. What you consider to be different places and what you consider to be different times, different moments, are actually the same place and the same moment, but from different perspectives, different angles. And this goes on and on and on in an ever-expanding spiral, and it never, ever ends. So you can have an infinite number of experiences that are constantly shifting and constantly changing as your perspective and definition of yourself changes, but you never change the structure. That is a fundamental underlying basis for everything you experience. And if you can remember the underlying structure, then you will always have a foundation to stand on, no matter what challenges you face in life. Now, as you continue to expand from the idea of the 1 and the 3 and the 5 and understand the structure and nature of existence, now you come into this idea you call the projection or the dream of physical reality. And I remind you once again, non-physicalness, in a sense, is your natural state. I'll just say the spirit realm, for lack of a better term, is your natural state. You never leave it. That's where you live. That's where you exist. It's where you are. In whatever you want to call that dimension, spirit, higher dimension, doesn't matter. That's your natural state. Right here, right now, isness, existence itself. But the idea is that you are dreaming that you have left that state. That's what physical reality is. You are in that state, dreaming that you're not in that state. Therefore, you create this framework called space-time, so you can experience a process of change, a process of growth, so you can have different perspectives and expand creation in that way by forgetting who you are, so that through the process you can remember who you are, but from a new point of view, and that is called discovery and expansion and change. Now, when you develop this space-time framework you call the physical reality dream, then you set up parameters, in a sense guidelines, that allow you to know exactly how to navigate, how to survive, so to speak, how to perpetuate this physical reality dream. And this goes to the number 7, which are the 7 basic needs in life that allow you to experience physical reality. These things are built in, and they are literally what you need in order to experience your life physically to the fullest. They are, in a sense, ordered in the order that without them, you would die the quickest. So the first thing you need in physical reality is this concept, based on your collective agreement, of air. Without air, you will die in minutes. So breathe deeply. You are abundant with air. And you will continue to exist in physical reality because you have set that up as one of the rules of the game. You need elements that you call air in order to survive in this projection, in this dream. The second need is water. Without water, you will die relatively quickly. The next is actually not food. The next is sleep. Without sleep, you will probably go psychotic and die within about 11 days. Food is next. And with liquid, with water, you can probably last quite a while. Now, please do understand, we're not talking about exceptions. We understand there are those individuals who can alter these ideas and can exist without food for quite a while, without water for a long time, but they have made an alteration that is not necessarily what you consider to be the norm. So right now, we're just talking about the averages of what you need typically in your physical reality to continue to live. So after you have the air, and after you have the water, and after you have sleep, which connects you back to the idea of your spirit self, it's like recharging your battery, because this is an illusion, and you have to constantly recharge your battery to perpetuate the idea that you're actually living in something real, which you're not. So you have to go back and remind yourself, all right, I'm going to create this projection again. It's not real, but I'm going to go back into this dream, which means that, in a sense, when you wake up in the morning, you're actually going to sleep. And when you go to sleep, you're actually waking up. So the idea then, after food, is you need some kind of shelter. Now, when we say shelter, we also can simply mean a compatible environment to life. It doesn't mean you have to have a house. It simply means that whatever environment you are in has to be sustainable for you to live comfortably, to give you what you need to be able to continue to survive in temperature, in whatever. The next idea is you need connection, relationship of some form. Again, it doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be with people. It can be with animals, it can be with trees, it can be with rocks, it can be with the cosmos, it can be with anything, it can be with creation itself. but that relationship has to be real to you, and there has to be real communication there, and it has to sustain you in the sense of what you need to know that you are connected to something, and getting a reflection you need from that relationship to allow you to become more and more and more of who you really truly are. The last thing you need is this creative expression, to act on your passion, to be yourself and give the gifts that you have to give, to truly express these ideas in life creatively, lovingly, in a sharing of some sort. These are the things you need to continue to survive. Now, we understand that when we talk about the idea of relationship and we talk about the idea of expression of creativity or following your passion, it isn't necessarily something that is going to immediately end your life if you're not really doing it, but it will, for lack of a better term, kill your spirit if you're not doing it. And eventually, if you dampen down the energy of your spirit and don't fulfill the idea of being yourself, which is, after all, your fundamental purpose in life is to be you as best as you can, your unique self as best as you can, then the idea is that you do sort of die slowly, or you bring yourself into circumstances that allow you to die quickly, or even perhaps take your own life. The idea is that you do need these things. These are the fundamental needs in life. They are different from the concept of what you may say you want in life. Remember that needs are synchronistically provided to you if you're acting on your passion. You will have everything you need. You may not always get everything you want. I think you have a song by that title. The idea is that sometimes your wants can coincide with your basic needs, but very often, because of negative belief systems, fear-based belief systems, and the negative ego structure, your wants will very often not actually be representative of what you truly need. So if you're going to spend time wanting something, want what you need, because that's going to actually support you in life and allow you to live a life of fulfillment and joy. So when you have the idea then of the 7 basic needs, and the final one connecting, now following your passion, to the 11, which are the 11 elements of excitement, the 11 elements of passion that we have described to you. That is the formula of acting on your passion to the best that you can, with absolutely zero insistence or assumption as to what the outcome is supposed to be. Because the truth is, your physical mind has no idea what the outcome actually needs to be. Going back to needs, what you truly need. From there, you have the tools in the kit. You have the driving engine that moves you forward in life, because when you're passionate, you just can't wait. You have the energy. You just can't wait to act on it. It becomes the driving engine that moves you through life. The organizing principle of synchronicity in a positive way starts to come up. Remember that there is such a thing as negative synchronicity. So these tools allow you to take advantage of positive synchronicity by allowing it to bring you situations and circumstances in the order in which you need to act on them, by bringing them to you in the order that contains the highest amount of excitement, and then the next highest, and the next, and the next, and brings them to you in the order not only, but at the perfect timing that you need to do them in. So that what you didn't have time to do at the end of the day when you're excited about being tired and going to sleep, you didn't need to do that day. It is perfectly calibrated to you to give you what you need to do that day and nothing more. Then you have the tool that is the path of least resistance. You start to flow through life. You follow your current. You understand that you have a current, that you are a current in the ocean of creation, and that you know that your current knows exactly where you need to go. So go with the flow. Remember, once again, surrender is not giving up control. Surrender is surrendering to the control that's already built into your flow. So go with the flow. Don't resist. Don't swim upstream. Don't swim against the current, because then you will experience the idea of trouble and difficulty and struggle and pain and strife. Because all resistance is the result of resisting your natural self, and pain comes from that. You may have been taught that it's very difficult to be your true self, but in fact, the most difficult thing is being someone you're not. So the idea is to let go, go with the flow, be who you truly are, because that's what you were made to be, that's the unique reflection you are, and everything will support you in that. And that brings us to the next tool in the kit, which is that you always receive, when you're acting on your passion, automatically, whatever form of support you actually need to be able to continue to act on your passion. Sometimes on your planet it might be money, sometimes it might be synchronicity, which is another form of abundance. Sometimes it might be a gift, which is another form of abundance. Sometimes you might be able to trade for something, which is another form of abundance. And sometimes it might just be your imagination, which is the conduit of communication for your higher mind and giving you new options, new inspirations, new ideas, new pathways, new doorways, and that is another form of abundance. And whatever form or combination of forms of abundance need to be there to allow you to continue to act on your passion will again come synchronistically to you. So don't close the doors to other forms of abundance that may actually be able to help you by assuming that only one form will work. Next, you have the idea that this is a kit that is complete. It is giving you every single thing that is relevant for you in your life. And then you have also the reflective mirror tool in this kit of passion, which reveals to you anything within your belief system that might be out of alignment with your truth, with your passion, so that you can identify that negative belief, that misaligned belief, understand that it doesn't belong to you, understand that it's nonsensical, it has nothing to do with you, and let it go. Once you allow yourself to experience these tools, then you stay in a state of positiveness so that no matter what happens, you will always know, you will always derive a beneficial effect from it, because it doesn't matter how it looks, it doesn't matter what the situation was created from, it doesn't matter what anyone else's opinion in the situation is or anyone else's experience of the situation may be. If you stay in a positive state, you can only extract a positive effect from it. This is simple physics. What you put out is what you get back. Remember, that's the fourth law. So the idea is, when you have an understanding of acting on your passion to the best you can with no insistence on the outcome, you activate all these tools and you have the 11 elements of excitement at your disposal. They act as an instruction manual for how life works. And even though we may sometimes go deeper into explaining how these instructions may work, there are no more instructions. This is the entire instruction manual you need for life on Earth. It is that simple. So as you go through life, allowing yourself, when you face your challenges, which are the reflection of the themes that you chose to explore in transforming darkness into light, negative into positive, negative limitation into freedom, as you face the challenges that come up, remember, everything is one thing. There is a trinity, which means there is always a balance point in the center, and your point of power is in paradox. So anytime you see what appear to be opposites, and you're standing at the center of them paradoxically, you are standing in the now, you are standing in the moment, you are standing in your point of power. Remember the 5 laws, that you exist and you cannot stop existing, because existence is your fundamental quality. You can never become non-existent. You can change and change and change and change, but you can never become non-existent. Why? Because by definition, non-existence doesn't exist. Think about it. The idea, really said another way, perhaps a little bit more poetically, is non-existence is already full of all the things that will never exist, and there's no room in non-existence for the things that do exist. So you can look at it any way you wish. But remember the 5 laws. You exist. And then the idea that everything is here and now, which means that space and time, distance, are illusions, your illusions. Time is a side effect of your consciousness shifting through billions of different parallel versions of reality every single second. So every single second, you are new, you are zero, and you get to define yourself in this moment over and over and over and over again. And what you think of as continuity, what you think of as coming from the past, is simply your illusion that you're creating in the moment over and over and over again. Because as you become a new person every moment, you actually not only create a new future, you create a new past that goes with the person you are now. So most of you have had billions of different histories before you became the person you are right now. And if you understand that completely and utterly, you will know that no matter who you are right now, whatever you define yourself to be right now, nothing in the so-called past can ever affect you if you understand that you're the one creating the connection to that idea. It isn't something that automatically controls you in any way, shape, or form, aside from the illusion of continuity that you create every moment to make it seem as if it does. The idea, again, that the one is the all are the one, everyone is a reflection for everyone else of things that may serve you. This is why relationship is important. This is what relationships are for. To see the reflections from others that support you in finding out in those reflections who you truly are more and more every day in every way. The idea, therefore, of what you put out is what you get back again is simple physics, and the idea you call the law of attraction. But I remind you this, the true secret to the law of attraction in some sense is correct, that you need to be the vibration of something to attract it if it is really relevant for you. In a sense that's true, but it's missing an essential point, and that is this. Your fundamental, essential vibrational signature frequency is already attracting every single thing that is relevant for you that you truly need in life. You don't have to learn to attract what you need. You have to stop getting in your way and keeping those things at bay. That's the difference. You need to remove all the negative fear-based beliefs that are preventing you from seeing that you are always in the key vibration, the essential frequency of attracting and manifesting everything you need. You never have to learn to attract. It's automatically built into you. If it wasn't, you couldn't have any kind of an experience at all. Think about it. If you weren't attracting, you couldn't even have the negative ones. So the idea is you're always attracting something. Be the vibration that you prefer in alignment with your truth, and let go of the things that are blocking what it is that your truth is attracting, and you will flow and manifest in an accelerated way. Again, fifth law, everything changes. Everything is always changing. You're always new, as we always said. And the idea is that you get to choose how to define yourself in any given moment, no matter what you think you were, no matter where you think you came from, no matter what anyone else tells you, you get to decide with your free will who you are. Then going into the idea of the basic needs, again, know that, again, through synchronicity, everything you truly need will come to you and will support you in the continuation of your ability to act on your highest excitement so that it can continue to expand and expand and expand. And then the 11 elements of excitement open up. That toolkit works for you to your advantage because it's the instruction manual that describes how physical reality works. And that's all there is to it. This is within you. And the more you can understand these things, the more you can wrap your mind around them and know that they work, and know that it's actually a description of the structure of existence rather than just a philosophy or an opinion, but a true observation of how things are structured, how things work, then you will be able to go beyond the concept of believing to knowing what is so. Because what you know to be true, you do. It's in your behavior. If I asked one of you to stand up and walk across the room, you wouldn't sit there and go, well, now let me think about this. Do I believe that I can do that? I'm not sure. Let me think about it a while. No, you know you can do it, so you would just do it. What you know to be true is in your behavior. You may sometimes have an intellectual comprehension of a concept, but if it's not in your actions, if it's not in your behavior, you don't really know it to be true. It's got to be, as you say, on earth, in your bones. So let it sink in. Allow yourselves to know this structure inside and out, to observe it in action by applying these principles in your life. You don't have to believe us when we tell them to you. All you need to do is apply them and see that they work. They have worked for us for millennia. They will work for you if you choose to allow them to work for you. But it's completely in your hands because it's your life, it's your choice. We have no agenda. You must listen to us at all. We do this because it is our passion and our pleasure to share this with you. But we have to respect and unconditionally love you enough to let you make your own decisions, because we know that you're all eternal and infinite beings, indestructible beings. So there's no rush, there's no hurry. Lessons not learned today will be learned tomorrow, somewhere else, somehow, somewhen, some way. We thank you for allowing us to share this download with you at this time. Let it sink in its own way, in its own timing, and let your imagination be your guide. And in return for the gift you have given to us, in allowing us to share this with you, I ask you now, in what way may we be of service to you? Please begin with your questions and comments and dialogue if you wish.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Good to see you again.
Well, you're not seeing me, but thank you for the sentiment.
So my first question is about a dream that I had recently.
Yes.
I was conveniently located on on my football field where I grew up playing football, and I had a lot of very important people from my life strategically placed in little groups, and I immediately realized, okay, this is a setup, something's going on here.
Oh, all right.
It's not just a dream, and in that moment, 3 ships landed.
Yes.
And the one immediately across from me, I saw 2 beings walk off the ship.
Yes.
And I immediately had a telepathic connection with a blue being who I learned her name was Grace. And so I started...
Well, not exactly a name, but a vibrational resonance that will do.
Right. Okay, great. And so I start communicating with her, and she starts telling me how she is responsible for a lot of the intuitive hits and downloads that I get, and she's been guiding me in this sort of thing.
All right, how exciting.
Very exciting, yeah. And she was with an orange being who I still haven't really received too much information about. But I was wondering, is this a guide, or because there's the aspect of the ship, so I assume there might be an extraterrestrial connection as well. And I wanted to see if you could give me
sometimes, in the way that we're doing this, extraterrestrial beings can function as guides, along with your own spirit guides, because of the connections you yourself have made for this life.
Right.
So,
is there any specific race that they're associated with? Anything you can tell me about that?
What you perceived is not necessarily representative of the race itself, and they may not necessarily be exactly physical as you understand it. They appear, from our perspective of your energy, to be more interdimensional.
Okay.
The idea of the orange being may represent the concept of the Arcturus vibration.
That was my intuitive thought about that.
Oh, all right.
That's great. My girlfriend had a dream recently, just a few nights ago, of some gray beings walking through our house.
Yes.
And she reached over to me to wake me up, and she was a little nervous at the beginning and woke me up in the dream.
Yes.
And I woke up really excited, like, they're here, finally. And they kind of just meandered around, and the next thing you know, we were beamed up, and that was that.
All right.
And I guess I'm wondering if you have any information around that you can elaborate on. I know that I'm part of the hybridization agenda, but anything from my girlfriend that's here around that dream specifically.
Well, obviously she's part of it too.
Oh, well, congratulations, babe. Obviously.
Which means there are probably children involved.
Right. And that leads me to my next question. Thank you for the synchronicity. Yeah. Beat you to it. So I've received... I've seen you and Willa in my dreams a couple of times, and it's specifically encouragement around pursuing the 5 levels of mastery, specifically starting with the cryptic energy. And
well, yes, that's where you start.
That's where you start. And so I went to a willow tree, and I communicated with the willow tree, and I got a couple names of hybrid children, and what I received very strongly was Pearl, which I did grow up on Pearl Street, and I live across from an apartment complex named Pearl, and the synchronicity there.
Yes.
I received apricot and peach as well. I'm not sure if that's...
Most hybrid children will take names from nature.
Right. So I guess my question is, I feel intuitively that I have at least 3, at least that I'm aware of, that the genetic material is significant enough to consider them a child.
17.
17?
Yes.
Over 80%?
Well, I'll say over 60.
Oh, great. Woo! Good to know.
If you say so.
It's exciting.
All right.
And you brought through the energy of Morning Star, or you referred to Morning Star as a member of the, I believe, eventually going to be the 7th hybrid race?
Yes, the Anuhet.
Yes, and after you brought that through, I went home and I went to the store, and I was just spontaneously attracted to the back room, and I saw some crystals that I was really attracted to, and right behind it was this whole sign that said Morning Star and a series of other synchronicity. I was wondering if I'm making any sort of connection with Morning Star specifically.
May I use a common word on your planet to respond?
Yes.
Duh. I beat you to that one.
You did. That's great. That's great. I'm really excited about, so I host transformational retreats around the world, and the retreat centers are now evolving to retreat sanctuaries, and I was...
Does that mean you give them more than one treat? That's why it's a retreat?
You could say that. I mean, it's kind of the treat that keeps on giving.
Yes, it is.
So my question is, how can I synchronistically attract and create a sanctuary-like temple that would attract...
Did you not just answer your own question by using the word synchronistically?
That is exactly the answer. But I was wondering if you had anything specific that the hybrid children would be attracted to as far as the layout structurally.
You'll figure it out.
Okay, got it. Beautiful.
Will that do?
I think there's one more.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Yeshua.
I've had only over the last 6 months a beautiful connection with him open up, and actually just before this I was at a lunch and I was sitting with a psychic who as we were talking said, oh well, Jesus is coming in behind you right now and saying I want to speak through you and you're not letting me in. And I thought on that. I was like, why wouldn't I let Jesus in? And I couldn't come up with anything. So I guess my question is that a connection that was a projection of her own?
Partially.
Right.
But also an opportunity for you to decide whether what you were being told was true for you or not.
Right. Yeah, I see it that way. So I feel the connection to the Christ consciousness as well as Jesus, but Christ consciousness I understand is more independent of a person.
Christ consciousness, Buddha nature, Krishna spirit, an aspect archetypally of the collective consciousness of your planet, yes.
Yeah. Awesome. And can you tell us anything about any recent updates around what was discovered underneath the Sphinx?
No.
Thought you'd say that. All right. Thank you, Bashar.
How psychic of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm an investigative reporter and...
Wait a minute. What happened to hello and good day?
Hello.
Hello and good day.
Right. I'm an investigative reporter, and I have been shown a document at Curlin Air Force Base that had this sentence in it. These extraterrestrial biological entities manipulated DNA in already evolving primates to create Homo sapien, and the Latin was used, Homo sapien.
Yes.
Do you know specifically which extraterrestrial biological entities?
The Anunnaki.
When and where are they
from?
About
300 to 500,000 years ago, the alterations were done to certain branches of the naturally evolved hominid you call Homo habilis and Homo erectus.
And where are they from?
The Anunnaki?
Yes.
Another parallel reality. The idea that they come from a planet in your system called Nibiru is not correct.
There's other information that they are from a planet in a double system at Zeta Reticuli 1 and 2.
That's different. Those are not the Anunnaki. Those are a different form of gray.
Do you have a clear definition of who is friendly to Earth, who is neutral, and who is hostile when it comes to other intelligences in this universe?
We are aware of such. But the idea of the ones that are interacting with Earth are either neutral or friendly, or in a sense, the way you might perceive them is simply they don't really take you into account. No one interacting with Earth is actually openly hostile. No one openly hostile is allowed to interact with Earth.
But there are insidious ways to interact that would be manipulating minds, abducting humans,
The
implanting.
idea of the abductions, you must understand, is something that is the result of an agreement made on a higher level. Even though the individuals may not know that or remember it, they volunteered.
Hybridization of Earth could be interpreted by something like the Pentagon as being an invasion.
Yes, because many individuals in your Pentagon have fear-based beliefs, instead of understanding that it is part of the natural evolution of your world to become the sixth hybrid race, which is part of the transformation taking place now.
And what would the sixth hybrid race be from your point of view?
It would be a blending of the hybrid children that will come to live among you and the humans that exist on your planet now, along with intermixing of certain other genetic traits that already exist within you and within them that will come out in more strong ways once the mixing begins. And in about 1,000 years, you will find that the majority of the beings on your planets will feel the full effect of the hybridization genetics that exist within them, because remember, being that you are already hybridized by the Anunnaki, you contain many different kinds of hybrid genetics. It's one of the reasons you actually have many different races on your planet.
And finally, there is some evidence that some of the extraterrestrial biological entities are very focused on what happens to the soul of Homo sapiens sapien at the moment of death, with the implication that they might have an interest in trying to get human souls?
Not possible. This, again, are fear-based belief systems that allow individuals to succumb to ideas that keep them under the control of those perpetuating those fear-based belief systems.
For you, then, what is the greatest hostile threat to us on Earth?
You are.
Me personally?
No, yourselves. The negative fear-based beliefs that you have all bought into that allow you to believe there is such a thing as lack, and believe that you can be attacked and not understand how you create your reality. And the idea of those that you consider to be in power, in some senses, you are giving them their power. You are supporting them in that. But the greatest power they have is convincing you through information that they have more power than they do.
Do you think that there is any, I'm going to say, existential threat to our planet in the next 50 to 100 years?
Yes, but again, it comes from all of you. Because the idea is that you can take your planet down the path of destruction. The idea of us sharing this information with you is to help you make other choices. But we have to leave the choice in your hands. So the existential threat is that you will continue to buy into fear-based belief systems that will take some of you down a destructive path, because that's exactly what happened to the Greys. Because the Greys are not aliens. They're mutated humans from a parallel Earth that they destroyed. Do you understand?
Who are the tall whites?
The tall whites are another extraterrestrial race that are aiding and assisting in the hybridization agenda, so that Earth doesn't necessarily have to walk down the same destructive path that the Greys took.
So they are indirectly a kind of ally, even though they would be hugely intimidating to humans generally?
Remember that the idea of intimidation is based on your fear-based perspectives of such beings. Remember that beings like them and us operate on very high frequency levels. The reason that we are delivering information to you in the way we are and remaining at arm's length is so that we don't overwhelm you with this frequency. The frequency would force to the surface things within your own psyche that you may not be ready to integrate and face about yourselves, and actually cause psychotic shock within you. When you apply a lot of the information that we are sharing with you into your life more and more and raise your frequency, then you become more vibrationally compatible with us, and that's when open contact will happen.
How long would that be?
The window for the beginning of open contact, as we read the collective energy of your planet right now, is somewhere between the years of 2025, 2033 to 40. It will begin slowly, sporadically, isolated here and there, but definitely by 2040 and 50, all of you will know that there is such a thing as extraterrestrial civilizations and life, and there will be open announcements and open contact that will begin to allow you to become eventually a member of the Interstellar Alliance. Then you will begin to explore space as we do. You will come upon worlds like we have to yours, and you will become their UFOs.
Well, there are whistleblowers in Navy SEALs and other agencies who say since the 1970s, we have had an interstellar trade unit operating out of the National Security Agency, and that we are already involved with trading with other systems in the Milky Way galaxy.
On a very, 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 very minimal level, a lot of these stories are highly exaggerated.
What would we be trading?
Understanding of how the cosmos works, understanding of what kind of technology the understanding of the cosmos produces that is very different from your technology, understanding of your connection to the cosmos and what you really are, understanding of your true history, as we were just discussing. One of the great gifts you will be given when open contact occurs is the actual history of your entire civilization, leaving nothing out, no gaps.
I hope for that, and thank you very much.
We thank you.
Hello and good day.
Hello and good day.
So in this holographic creation, I believe I'm a blue avian reincarnated here to help with the ascension process of...
You have connections to the idea of the beings that you're referring to. You are an Earth human.
Correct.
Remember that reincarnation is an experiential illusion you can have, but everything exists all at once. Therefore, reincarnation isn't really the issue. It's multiple simultaneous incarnations you make connections to draw information and experience from to aid and assist you in this life, exactly the same way they may be doing the same for you or to you for their lives. But everyone exists at once. As an individual physical being, you have never been any other physical individual, and no other physical individual ever becomes you. Only from the oversoul level can an oversoul say, that's my life, and that's my life, and that's my life, and that's my life, simultaneously. Reincarnation can be experienced as an experience, but that's simply a perspective from within the space-time framework.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
So you are connecting to beings that you are referring to as blue avians, but you yourself are an Earth human.
Right. So you answered my second question before
Thank
I asked you. So back to the first question. Is there a planetary system that the blue avians currently live in, and is their planet inhabitable?
It is. But what you're calling a blue avian is not exactly the way that it's represented in your mind, because it's an interpretation from one dimension to another. They do have some traits that symbolize vibrationally the idea of that color and the species that you call avians. But they're not exactly in the way many people on your planet have depicted them at all. They're very different in their own reality.
Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
I can, very briefly. You understand the concept that many of you have referred to also as reptilian?
Mm-hmm.
Yes? Don't be afraid. There's nothing to be afraid of. In a sense, they were the first hybridization using genetic material from what you call the dinosaurs. Yes?
Okay.
And they were genetically altered to be what you call sentient thinking beings. The reason so many of you are afraid in their presence is because they were evolved from what you consider to be an apex predator. And by being in their presence, their vibration, even though they mean you no harm, it triggers what you call the survival mechanism, because you consider yourselves to be prey in their presence, even though you're not. The idea of the so-called blue avians are an evolutionary offshoot of the reptilians, because if you stop and think about it a moment, you know that a branch of dinosaurs on your planet evolved into what you call birds, yes?
Yes.
Therefore, many scientists on your planet are now beginning to more accurately refer to birds as
Dinosaurs.
yes, but specifically avian dinosaurs.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
So blue avians are an offshoot species, an evolutionary branch off the idea of the original reptilians, so they are cousins in a sense. Yes?
Yes.
And they look a little different than you think.
Okay, and so was Toth a blue avian?
Toth is connected to that, but not exactly. Toth is more of an interdimensional being that has many different kinds of connections.
Okay.
But because Toth has many different kinds of connections, or you might say in your language, presents many different faces, Toth can present a blue avian face to someone if that is the signature frequency they're operating on.
Okay.
It's like you can dial up whatever face you need to see from Toth if you're dealing with that archetypal consciousness.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Maybe.
Or are you more confused than ever?
No, I understand that from yesterday's speech that we have one consciousness, one existence, and we create everything within the hologram. And if we need to create something unique for ourselves, then we create it.
Yes.
I'm wondering why the blue avian Toth theme is in my creative hologram.
Well, what does it
now.
do for you? What does that relationship mean to you? What does it symbolize to you? What does it allow you to do that you might otherwise not do?
Probably help the collective consciousness
All right.
raise its vibrational frequency.
So that's the particular permission slip that works for the vibrational frequency you chose to be operating on, yes?
Yes.
Because you will call forth whatever symbol works. It's like looking, in a sense, at reality as if it is a living holographic tarot deck. You understand?
Yes.
Because it's all a reflection of different levels of consciousness, the collective consciousness, smaller group consciousnesses, individual consciousnesses. You will call forth whatever symbol represents who you happen to be at any given moment, what vibrational level you're operating on, for what it is you're accomplishing in that moment.
Mm-hmm.
And it will switch dynamically. Even when you consider the idea of past lives, reincarnation, it's still a dynamically changing thing. You can actually unplug from one life and plug into another one, so that one moment somebody might say, well, you had a past life in so-and-so. A week later, the same person might say, well, I don't see that one anymore. Now you had a past life in so-and-so and so. It can be true because you unplug and plug into different things dynamically all the time as you change, because you need different things. You need different inputs at different times because you're a different person.
Now, when you said the higher soul,
The higher self.
the higher self,
And the oversoul.
the oversoul. I'm sorry, the oversoul.
Yes.
Are there any on our planetary system that we can vibrationally feel currently, or they are higher beings beyond our vibrational frequency
Well,
currently?
you can connect to your own oversoul, but the idea, if you want to stop and think about what this means, is of about the 7.5 billion individual physical beings on your planet, that only represents maybe about 500,000 oversouls.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Does that help?
That makes perfect sense. Thanks.
I know, that's why I said it.
Thanks, Bashar.
You're welcome.
Hello, Bashar.
Andrew, good day.
Thank you so much for being here.
It is our pleasure and our passion.
So, pursuant to our recent conversation about...
One moment. Do we owe you a happy birthday?
Yes, thank you. I'm so thrilled to share it with you. Thank you so much for recognizing that and for allowing me to share it with you tonight.
We thank you for sharing it. Please continue.
Thank you. So we recently talked about my high sensitivity to sound and light and some of the challenges that I've been dealing with. And I did some research and I discovered that scientists have found a temperament or a trait called highly sensitive people. And that they say...
Oh, how scientific sounding.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't sound it, but they found that this is a trait and that it's genetic. And they estimate that 15 to 20% of our population are HSPs.
Well, aren't you unique?
Well, I think I'm curious if most of the people here this weekend are HSPs because...
No.
No?
But it could be different in the sense that they might be sensitive to different kinds of vibrations, not necessarily the ones you're calling out.
Right. So I have a friend who's highly sensitive to energy, magnetic energy, and chemistry or chemicals.
Yes.
And she senses that she's also a highly sensitive person or an HSP.
Yes, but it's not necessarily a large collective term. Sometimes your scientists are saying, well, it's for this reason that we're calling you that, not necessarily for that reason. But many people are highly sensitive to different forms of energy, different frequencies of reality. Their senses expand as consciousness expands. So you're becoming more and more sensitive to different things that were heretofore invisible or inaudible to you, because that's par for the course of the expansion of consciousness and awareness.
And thank you. And how does that tie into abductees or contactees?
Usually exposure to other realities and other dimensions will heighten the idea of your ability to detect things beyond what people consider the norm, because you're constantly exposed to telepathic communication, to alternate reality vibrations of a higher nature, so on and so forth. It does rub off on you.
So when we've had discussions over the many years that we've been connecting, and you told me that during my childhood, I think starting at 2 or 3 years old, I was having contact. And as I got older as a child, around 9 or 10 or whatever, I would always kind of shut myself in my room and be in my own creative little world.
Yes.
Was that part of the abductee experience as well?
It can be. It can be a response to that experience, yes.
Okay. On a different topic,
yes.
I heard this weekend that there has been a discovery that many pyramids all around the world they've discovered that mica is covering parts of them, essential parts of them.
Yes, it vibrates at a certain frequency that acts as a very, very sensitive resonator to translate different frequencies of energy and step them down into other forms of energy that are more usable in your physical reality.
Excellent. And I'm intrigued by the Bosnian pyramids, especially the sounds that they're making, the music or noise.
Yes.
Can you expand on that?
I cannot at this time. It is not our purview to do so. Someone else will give you that information.
Okay.
In your language, it's not our job.
Right. You told me many years ago that in addition to being part of the group of women that co-created the crystal skulls, that I also sculpted the standing stones.
Now again, please remember, when you say I, we're talking about you making connections to those people. It's not you.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Yes.
Just to be clear.
Right.
But you are making connections to those people that did create those crystal skulls. We will be talking about the Council of 13 and the crystal skulls in an upcoming transmission in your Oakland area.
I can't wait to hear it.
You will have to wait. Unless you want to simply stretch your senses and leap forward in time, and then you don't have to wait.
This is true. This is true. Was Stonehenge part of that experience for me in creating or co-creating the standing stones as part of this collaboration?
You are connecting to that as well because it is connected to one of the crystal skulls in the Council of 13.
Oh, okay. And I'm curious about EMF shielding for me. Somebody recommended something called the Hedron. Can you pick up on that?
It only will be perhaps about 67% effective. But it might be a start.
Okay. Is there something better I could try?
By starting with that, you will experiment and discover through your own permission slip synchronicity what may work better for you as a permission slip. Just
Okay.
remember, you yourself are the primary permission slip that's actually making the changes, not the device.
Thank you. And my last question relates to something that Linda Moulton Howe just I learned about this weekend, which is Antarctica.
Yes.
And it's just incredible what she has been researching and other researchers such as Emery Smith have been discussing. Can you expand on that or tell us anything about it?
Be specific.
Who are the entities that have created that environment?
One moment. All we are allowed to say at this time is that it is a faction of a different group of beings that you would call grays, but not the grays you're typically familiar with. You have to understand something very important. When we talk about the idea of the grays being mutated humans from a parallel version of Earth that destroyed their version of Earth and stopped reproducing because of it, and had to find viable human DNA in order to create the hybrid species that would perpetuate their culture, you have to understand that they tunneled into your parallel reality, but also not just your parallel reality, which means other parallel realities that also contain different versions of grays also tunneled into your parallel reality. You're not dealing with one particular group of grays. This is one of the reasons why some of the information is somewhat confusing on your planet. They're not all homogeneous. They may be from different parallel realities with completely different agendas.
Well,
yes?
The grays that I've been familiar with tend to be very small, and I think you've mentioned
They're
that
different.
and that part of that was genetic to adapt to their underground environment.
Yes, originally.
But the entities in Antarctica created 80-foot ceilings, if I'm not correct.
That is for a very specific purpose that has to do with certain kinds of technology that they understand.
So how tall are they, or were they?
They're not much taller than you. But the idea, on average, humans we mean, but the idea is that they have certain kinds of technology that demand large enclosed resonating chambers to create certain kinds of portals.
Can you tell us how they created those spaces, those buildings?
They were transported from parallel realities.
Through sound?
Sound may be a side effect of it, but no, not fundamentally. It is a different kind of energy manipulation, more electromagnetic, more electrogravitic.
When did they do this? What was the period of time?
About 10,000 of your years ago.
And are they coming back?
They have never left.
So they're there, we're just not able to visibly see them?
Not all the time because of the portals. They know how to shift themselves to different frequencies that are beyond your range of your senses.
Will there be a time in the future or a parallel reality where we will connect with them?
There will be a time when you may know of them. That is a higher probability than actually connecting with them, although there may be some incidents where some people are capable of doing so. But that's another story at another time.
And finally, what's their purpose for doing all of this?
That I cannot tell you.
Thank you.
We are not allowed to.
Okay. Thank you, Bashar.
Thank you.
Hello and good day.
Hello and good day.
First, I wanted to show my appreciation for doing and sharing all your knowledge.
And our appreciation to you as well.
Thank you. I have a question that I've been hearing you saying that we as a spirit dreaming.
Yes.
As a human physical.
Yes.
And then you just explained to us that actually we're sleeping while we're awake, and then we're
awake while you're sleeping. Yes.
Okay. And then difficulty for me is that as I am, my understanding of myself is a spirit being having human experience as I am in this physical body.
That's the same thing.
Right.
But you're not actually in the body. Your body is in your spirit. It's just that you focus part of your spirit identity down, and then that particular focus becomes your physical experience. So the spirit is creating the physical body out of its own material. It's like the idea of, I know this is a crude analogy, but the idea of water suddenly focusing a part of itself as ice. And the ice is the physical experience. But it's not like the water is in the ice per se, even though the ice is made of water. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, yeah. So ice is the water. Water is the ice.
You are spirit in physical form. It's not that your spirit is in your body. Your body is your spirit in physical form, a part of it.
So how are we forgetting that we are a spirit?
Because the idea is to forget. The focus is so strong. The belief systems that are created within the physical mind are so strong because they have to be that strong in order for you to actually have a physical experience, because physical reality isn't real. So you have to have belief systems that get you to forget that physical reality isn't real, or you can't have a physical experience. It's just an illusion, it's just a dream. So belief systems reinforce the idea through emotions and thoughts and behaviors and experiences that physical reality is actually solid, and it's not.
Okay, so I understand that we are paying more awareness is shifting to the physical rather than the spirit. How do I shift that and expand and have a
You remember the
transition?
formula?
Mm-hmm.
You follow your passion to the best you can with no insistence or assumption on the outcome. All the rest falls into place. That's how you raise your frequency. That's how you expand your consciousness. That's how you expand your senses to become more aware of the fact that you're creating this reality, and then space and time become more flexible, more malleable, more plastic. You begin to see that it's an illusion. You become lucid in the physical dream, and you can manifest things more consciously because it is simply a projection of consciousness.
So it is a gradual shift. It's not
It's
like
as
one
fast
morning you
or
wake
as
up.
slow as you need it to be.
I see.
For you.
I see.
Does that help?
Very much so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Hi, Bashar.
And you, good day.
It seems very easy for me to get insights and ideas all the time for myself and other people.
Yes.
But I feel a lot of resistance when it comes to writing things down or putting them into the physical. It might be through trauma from school, but it feels like it's my highest excitement, and also I'm dealing with that resistance a lot.
It's highest excitement to write them down?
To write and to create, instead of just having them be
All right.
in my head.
Then let's examine the belief system behind the idea. What is it you're afraid will happen if you write them down?
It feels like for some reason I'll get attacked.
By whom? Some nebulous, unknown people, somewhere, somehow, who will suddenly find you and hate your writing so much that they have to attack you because of the things that you're saying? Is that what you're afraid of?
Yeah, it definitely feels silly when I bring awareness to it.
That's what happens when you turn on the light. The beliefs become nonsensical. Yes?
Yes.
You see them for what they are. They become transparent. And as soon as it becomes nonsensical, it's gone. Because you don't hold on to things that make sense unless you have a belief that says holding on to nonsensical beliefs makes sense to you. That's the only reason you would hold on to something that doesn't make sense, that's out of alignment with your truth, is something within your motivational mechanism, within your psyche, within your belief system says, if you let this go and move forward, something worse will happen. But it's just a belief. It's just the negative belief attempting to perpetuate itself. That's the way they're designed. Because if you don't have a belief designed to perpetuate itself, you can't continue to have a physical experience. But you have to understand that being a negative belief, it has to perpetuate itself with negatively oriented tools, such as fear, to reinforce itself and make sure you don't let it go. You have to see through the smoke and mirrors. You have to see through the illusion of that and know that no matter how real that fear feels, it's just the way the negative belief has of not letting you let it go. That's all it is. And in fact, the more scared you get, the closer you are to letting it go, because now it's working even harder to make you more afraid to let it go.
Perfect timing.
Make sense?
Yes.
Do you feel a little more inclined to write?
I do.
Are you sure?
I am. I'm ready.
Do you know that the people that need to receive your writing will then be capable of doing so, even if there are people who do not wish to receive it, who may even judge it negatively, who may even say hurtful things about it. They're not your audience anyway.
Yes.
And if you are not giving your gift, you're depriving those who are waiting to receive it. It's not very nice. Yes?
Yes.
Is this making some sense?
It does.
Are you feeling a little more relaxed about the idea of writing?
I am. Thank you.
And putting yourself out there?
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
I got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Bashar.
Hi to you. Good day.
I'm starstruck. No pun intended.
A star struck you? Was it a meteorite?
I just can't believe I'm here since I've seen you about 50 times on YouTube.
Oh, all right. Well, obviously you can believe it or you wouldn't be here.
So I have multiple questions about this topic.
Yes. Which topic is that?
This topic is about, I am part of the Saint Germain Foundation.
All right.
Which is the I Am activity. Are you
Yes.
familiar?
To some degree.
Well, I guess the first question I have is that, you know, the Saint Germain Foundation is based on Ascended Master instruction.
Yes.
And, well, that's for people who in the room might not know.
Oh, all right.
And
now you all know, yes? All right.
And I have to say that I've studied so many different things. I've been in different groups and
Yes.
all kinds of different things.
Yes,
And and I would have to say that to me, it seems like the most pure teachings on the planet.
Yes, for you.
Yes, for
For
me.
you.
For me. For
Yes.
me. So part of what the Saint Germain Foundation is about is connected with America.
All
and it's
right.
about saving America to save the world and
saving, yes.
So I wanted to know what your thought was about, in the teachings they talk about Saint Germain and the violet consuming flame being the authority for the next 10,000 years.
Do you understand what we talk about when we talk about permission slips?
Tell me.
Okay, I will. Permission slips. Oh, are you paying attention?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, all right. All tools, all techniques, all rituals, all objects are permission slips that your belief system aligns with in such a manner as to allow you to give yourself permission to be more of who you are. It doesn't matter what the permission slip is. It's up to you to align with it. That's why you're attracted to it, because at the moment it aligns with your belief system. But you are the one making changes. You get to interpret it in whatever way works for you. And as you said, by investigating many things, you can take a piece of this and a piece of that. You can take a piece of what we're saying or not. You can combine them into a new form that works just for you. You can be your own Saint Germain. This is exactly what Yeshua was actually talking about when he talked about the idea of I am the way. He simply meant this is the way, and that means be yourself. He did not intend to create Christians. He was telling you you're all Christs. So Saint Germain is the same idea. There will be different interpretations of this that work different ways for different people with different belief systems on your planet, or not work for them, because it's simply another permission slip given by the archetypal collective consciousness symbols that represent all the different belief systems on the planet and present these ideas in a myriad of ways so that it will work for everyone in their own way. If there was only one path, there would only be one person. Look around.
So what do you have to say about ascension? Since they do give
Ascension is just raising your frequency so you can start perceiving reality in a different way. You're in the middle of ascending just by exploring your consciousness.
Well, they talk about purifying the body.
Yes.
And also being harmonious. And
yes, nothing
et cetera,
wrong
et
with
cetera.
that. And again, when you do raise your frequency, you will probably gravitate to do those things automatically because it will feel natural to you in that state to do so.
So you don't.
It's not about forcing yourself into the state. It's about allowing yourself to go into the state and then having all the different things that come naturally with that state start to feel natural to you to do.
So when they talk about the Kumaras walking the earth once the axis changes, do you see that that will be approaching soon?
You are in the middle of the transformation. And as we said, you will find that many things will change between now and your year of 2050. But the idea is to understand this. Remember when we talked about the idea that there are multiple infinite parallel versions of Earth that simultaneously coexist?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You are now experiencing a literal physiological splitting into those parallel worlds. It's why there are more shakeups, breakups, things falling apart, old systems drifting away, all sorts of chaos going on your planet, because those parallel realities are actually now splitting, and whatever vibration you are is what determines what parallel reality you start experiencing. And in the years to come, even though you can still see people living in parallel realities on Earth that might be vibrationally incompatible with yours or different than yours, in the years to come, you will no longer see them when you are ensconced in your own parallel reality. Remember, you never change the world you're on. You change yourself and you shift to other versions of Earth that are vibrationally more reflective of the change you made within you.
Wow.
The world you were on is still existing, and the people that didn't want to change out of that vibration will continue to exist on it and experience whatever is, excuse the pun, germane for that reality.
So when they talk about the millions and millions that will come into the IM activity, and yet we see like 5 people maintaining entire huge temples, what in your opinion is that, the reasoning for that?
You will have to ask the people, because everyone has their own reason for doing it the way that they do it, their own belief system about what they believe they need to do in the way that they're doing it.
So it's the belief systems of the collective, of the group.
Yes, of course. There are, as we said, group consciousnesses, group belief systems, group agreements, but that may be the path they need to walk. That's okay.
So they also talk about the 3rd episode of Washington's Vision,
Yes.
George Washington's Vision.
You can break these things down into whatever stories you wish. They are stories that you tell yourself to make sense out of the ideas in your belief system that work or don't work for you. It's all a story. Physical reality is a story you're all telling yourselves, that you're all sharing by co-creating it. But each of you is in your own reality.
So basically the future is true. What David Wilcock says, there will be no religions.
In a sense, that's true. There will be more of a direct spiritual connection to creation and existence itself, because religions really will be seen ultimately in the version of Earth we're talking about. Yes? That moves forward in that way. Religions will be seen as unnecessary, in a sense, middleman objects that don't need to exist to come between you and your direct connection to the cosmos, to creation, to existence. There will still remain Earths that experience not only the religions you already know, but even deeper, more dense ones. Yes? But you will be on the Earth that works for you. Now, you can act as living examples and share with others ideas that can allow them to also know they are capable of choosing the reality they prefer and shifting their vibrational frequency in those directions. But that's all you can do, is being an example that it's possible. You still have to let others choose what they choose unconditionally, because if you're not going to be unconditional to them, why should they be unconditional to you? Is this making some sense?
Well, now I'm more confused.
Oh, good. That may be the beginning of wisdom.
Well, it just...
Because now you are co-fused. You are beginning to see that different ideas can simply be different ways of doing the same thing. In a sense, if you really want to encapsulate and boil all this down, I guarantee you, ultimately, all roads lead home. All roads lead home. Some may take longer than others. But you are infinite, eternal, indestructible beings. There's no hurry. What's your rush?
Well, I guess it was just this higher duty, like, oh my God, if there aren't people here decreeing for America, then who will be? So I guess it's like the last 15 years of my life have been completely dedicated to this. And I'm thinking,
that's fine, but if you're getting tired of doing it that way, it's okay to do it another way that works for the new person that you are becoming. It's up to you. All permission slips are okay.
so America won't fall on the ground if I step out.
No, it won't, but the thing of it is, the America that will be the America you prefer to live in will be what you wind up in. The one you don't prefer will still go on, but you won't experience it. Does that make sense? Remember, there are an infinite number of Americas. Yes?
So I just have to choose which one I want to be part
You
of.
just have to follow your passion, and that will automatically navigate you into the one that is most reflective and workable for you. That's why we give you the formula. It's a navigation tool. It's your compass needle pointing to your magnetic north. It keeps you aligned with the path you are. Notice I didn't say the path you're on, the path you are. The vibration you call passion, love, excitement, creativity, that is the language of your higher mind telling you this is you. Move in this direction because that's who you are right now. It may change. The excitement may come in another form because when you change, it may have to come through another way for it to make sense to the new person that you are. It's as simple as that. That's why we simply suggest that you follow the thread of excitement. That is actually the path you are, because that's your body's translation. Passion is your body's translation of the vibrational frequency of your signature essential self.
Yes.
And it comes in the language from the higher mind as energy. The language you respond with is physical action, because physical action is the language of physical reality. So if you're just thinking about it or talking about it, you're not speaking the language of physical reality, and therefore you're not really responding to the higher mind in the language you need to respond to with. Because when you take the action, then the higher mind knows you heard it. You're committed. You're in a dialogue now. You're in a relationship now. You're working together as a whole person. Because a person is a physical mind and a higher mind that work together. If you're only allowing, and I'm not saying you're doing this, so please don't take offense, if you're only allowing the physical mind to control everything and determine everything and are shutting out the higher mind, you are functioning as a half-wit. Make sense?
Yes.
Does this help?
Tremendously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good day, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Bashar, we are moving through billions of parallel realities through every second.
Yes.
I once did an exercise focusing on the now moment and focusing on the shifting, and then I ended up in a parallel reality in the body of someone else.
Well, it's not really the idea of you ending up in their body per se. It's a focus of shift of your consciousness expressing itself through another version in a parallel reality that is the representation that has to exist in that reality.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
That does, yes.
All right.
So does that mean that every parallel reality has an own parallel self?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, not everyone necessarily has to in a way that you would recognize it as such. It might be so different you don't recognize it as another version of yourself.
Okay.
And therefore it might have such a different agenda, such a different theme of exploration that it would seem to have nothing to do with you. But everything is a reflection of everything else. So the answer is yes, but experientially it might appear to be no.
Okay. So in these infinite frames we are going through, what's in there? Is that all about parallel realities of me, or is that also other connections?
Yes, everything.
Everything. Everything
Everything
in existence,
that is relevant
or?
for you.
Okay.
In this focal point.
Okay.
You are connected to all of existence, but most of it is not relevant for this particular experience.
I understand. So from second to second, or from hour to hour, am I going through the same parallel realities every moment, or is that changing?
What do you mean the same? Obviously, you are changing frames.
Yes, but the billions of frames you go through,
yes,
are they now the same as 5 years ago?
No.
No.
How can they be? Otherwise, you would be exactly the same as you were 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Which does exist, but that's not you now. That's not your focus now.
No.
So by definition, the very fact that you conceive that there is a difference called 5 years ago tells you that they're not the same frames. Otherwise, you wouldn't have that concept of 5 years ago. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Any difference you make is a different reality, because the smallest change is a total change.
Okay.
It may seem to be only slightly different from the last reality, but it is a completely new reality.
Okay, so what you say is that if I make a change, all billions of frames make a change.
No, you are allowing the different frames to come through you in the order in which you need to experience the concept of the change that works for you.
Okay.
It's not that the frames are changing per se in and of themselves. Remember, the structure never changes. The frames are the structure, but you go through them in a different route.
Okay, that's
Yes?
what I meant.
Yes.
Yes. So what is the mechanism? Is it through our beliefs that we focus on a certain frame?
Yes.
Okay.
Because that creates the energy, it creates the reality experience, and that is the reflection of the frame that comes from what you believe to be true in physical terms. Yes.
Yeah. And if I would have a disruptive experience, so...
Define disruptive.
Well, now it all looks like continuous flow. I'm
Yes,
moving
yes.
my hand, but if I would, let's say, have something, and it's now on position A,
yes.
and in the next frame I would like to have it in position B.
Yes.
Without seeing the movement.
You can do that. That's how we travel from star to star.
So, is that through beliefs?
Well, in a sense, it is our collective knowledge. Because remember, knowing is above belief.
Yes.
Yes? So we know what the structure of existence is like, and therefore we can use it to our advantage to do that. The way we typically explain that idea in your terms is to understand that we don't see objects existing in a location. We see location as one of the properties of an object. So if we change the locational energy variable in a project, then it has to start existing at another place because it has now a new locational variable. Does that make sense?
It is.
So it appears as if you're skipping over frames. You're not really, but that's the experience you get, like you're skipping over frames.
Yes.
Because you're just going to the frame that makes sense for what it is you just created as a shift in frequency.
Yes. So are you saying that we can't do such a thing without having the knowingness?
What I'm saying is you're doing it already all the time. That's how things change. We just understand that's how it works, and therefore by understanding that you're already doing it, we can apply it in different ways on grander and grander scales.
Okay.
Yes, does that help?
Yes, that is. Another question. You were talking about healing yesterday.
Yes.
So if you see a disease
yes.
as a message from your body consciousness.
Yes, it can be.
And you go to a healer and you think, well, let me get healed by this person.
Yes.
Does that mean that if it's caused by beliefs, that also your beliefs have changed if you are healed?
Yes, because you're willing to match the vibration the healer is giving off that represents the healed state, but you have to match it. That's why a lot of your master teachers didn't ever really say, I healed you. They say, your belief has healed you, your faith has healed you.
Okay, so they give out the frequency of the belief,
yes. and you match
it, and that
you heal
changes
yourself.
Your belief.
Exactly.
And heals yourself.
Yes, and that's why no healer has any business determining what a person should do with that energy. It's up to them to decide whether or not to match the frequency or not. Beyond that, the healer has done everything they can do by just giving off the frequency.
Yes.
Does that help?
It is, certainly. Thanks, Bashar.
You are welcome.
Hi.
Andrew, you a good day.
Good. Hello. My question is there, on Earth we call them twin flames. Is that something that's real, or is that something
In a sense, yes, it can be, but we understand that many humans kind of get caught up in that to their detriment because they don't understand exactly what that can be, because anyone you're interacting with at any given moment that's reflecting something to you need to know to become more of yourself is really at that moment your soulmate.
Mm-hmm.
Now, yes, there can be such a thing as an agreement between spirits that, yes, they will meet, they will match, they have arranged this, they have caused this to come into being because they understand that they need to reflect things to each other in a very specific way, and you can call that, oh, a twin flame. But watch your definitions, because they can get you into all sorts of misleading assumptions about what that is supposed to mean and help you ignore all the other help and reflections you're getting from others who could be being your soulmate and twin flame at any given moment.
Okay, great.
Does that help?
Mm-hmm. And then the next question is the sacred feminine. Can you talk more about that? Or, I mean, I know it's made up, I guess, here on planet Earth, but...
Well, it's the idea of receptivity, of nurturing and support. It's the idea of allowance. It's the idea, in a sense, of that which expands, that which grows. Yes?
And so there's a lot of talk about rebalancing this planet because there's too much toxic male energy.
Yes.
And the need for the sacred feminine to come in to balance that. Can you share
And that's
some
why
more?
you're seeing more of that. But you're also seeing it in the idea of multiple gender expressions as well.
I see.
Yes?
Yes.
All right.
Okay, great.
So yes, that's what's happening for those that are on that path. They're beginning to experience this idea and see how they respond and react to it, to find out what their positive and negative beliefs are about themselves by facing those things and letting go of the things that create the toxic belief systems within them.
Okay, and the last question is, you said something about, obviously love is the highest frequency, and to sort of get out of the way.
What you interpret as the idea, the experience of unconditional love is your translation of the vibration of existence itself.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. How do we consistently stay in that frequency?
By asking yourself the question of why would you ever choose to leave it?
Okay. Why would I ever choose to leave it?
Yes, because you're the only ones who give yourself reasons to leave that frequency.
Otherwise, just to be always present, knowing that you're there.
If there is no other logical, sensible choice, you will never leave it.
Okay, so why am I leaving it?
Yes.
And then you go back.
Then you can
instantly.
go back when you find out what the reason was you created for leaving it.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
Now, in reality, of course, you never actually leave it, because it's impossible for you to disconnect from existence. It is simply that the unconditional love is supporting you so unconditionally, it allows you to believe that you have left it. But you are using your connection to unconditional love to play the game of not being within unconditional love. That's how unconditionally loved you are. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Look for the paradox in these things, and you will find your point of power.
So these two extremes in the center is where the point of power.
When you understand how paradox works, for example, when you feel out of control, you're controlling that. So you're in control. So it's not about having to learn to be in control. It's about choosing what you prefer to be in control of. When you feel you lack trust, understand the point of paradox. There is no such thing as a lack of trust. You have to always trust something to be true, or you would have no experience whatsoever. So you don't have to learn to trust, it's automatic. It's about what are you trusting in. Doubt is not a lack of trust. Doubt is a 100% ironclad trust in something that's out of alignment with your truth. So you never lack trust, you never lack confidence, you're never out of control. You are using control to create the experience of being out of control. You are always confident about something, even if you are confident about not being confident.
Okay.
And you are always trusting something to be true. There is no such thing as a lack of trust. There is only a trust in lack. Okay. Choose what works for you instead of what does not. Does that help?
Yes. Very last question.
Yes.
You said that there's no hostile alien groups here, right? And so this idea of implants, where did that come from?
Well, it does come from the Greys, but that's not a hostile act.
They're just doing it to...
It is an observational mechanism. It is a location mechanism. It is a data gathering mechanism.
And why do they choose certain people to track?
Family lines have certain genetics that make for better templates for the hybrid species that they're creating.
All right. Thank you so much.
You are so welcome.
Good evening, Bashar.
And a good day.
Just want to say it's an absolute pleasure to be here with you today.
And for us as well.
I've been following you for about 5-6 years now, maybe, and it's just...
You have? I didn't see you behind me.
Well, I'm good like that, hide and seek.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, and it's just really nice to be in the picture for a change as opposed to, you know, I guess watching this through a screen.
Oh, all right.
And yeah, so...
You're still watching it through a screen, but of your own make.
Awesome, I love it. Yeah, so just a bit of background to this first question. I've been working with ayahuasca for a number of years now.
All right.
And
An earth teacher.
Yes, indeed, and a wonderful one as well. I bet.
Yes,
she
is.
She is indeed. And one of the ceremonies I had was quite profound with me, which I didn't actually realize until after the fact.
Yes.
And during this ceremony, I felt an energy sort of moving through my body, and it almost felt as if it was another entity, as it were.
It's more of you.
Okay. And that sort of leads into what I was going to ask as well. So from that ceremony, I realized about 4 or 5 months later, I would go into meditation and I would go into this sort of similar ayahuasca headspace.
Yes.
And I would feel this energy come through again, and I would start yawning uncontrollably.
Yes.
Almost as a space of 10, 11, 12 times in the space
Yes,
of a minute.
you have to take in more oxygen to handle higher frequencies. That's why the automatic breathing pattern of the channel before you. Yes?
Yep. Perfect. And yeah, from that point onwards, I realized that I could work with this entity a lot more in a conscious manner.
Yes.
And over the course of months, it started learning to walk in my body, move in my body, started learning to use my hands. And yeah, it's been a process of working with this entity or a number of entities.
All right.
And yeah, over the course of the past year and a half, I've been working with these entities where I could sort of almost flick a switch within my brain, and I could bring these entities through, and they would start, you know, almost working within my body and moving a lot of energy through.
Because again, remember, it's like tuning forks. They may be giving off a frequency that then you are choosing to match so that you mirror them with your own energy. It can feel like it's theirs, but the only energy any of you can ever feel is your own. But if you match their frequency, it will feel like it's them because you recognize it as a frequency that they give off.
Cool, and that pretty much answers my question about just the sort of mechanics on a physical level as to what was happening there.
Yes.
Yeah, is there anything more that you can maybe speak to more specifically as you read my energy as to what's happening there in terms of...
I'm only going to give you one particular alteration of the word.
Please do.
Ayahuasca.
Can you elaborate on that? Sorry.
Do you understand? Ayahuasca, ayahuasca.
Oh, okay. I'm not getting it, I'm sorry. Help me out here.
All right, if you insist. The idea is to open up to the true probabilities that are relevant for you in life. Allow yourself to walk those paths. You are walking a shamanistic path. Therefore, many things that people don't necessarily know exist for you will simply be, well, why not? And you will experience different realities on the shamanistic path. Yes?
That sort of touches into one of the ceremonies I had when ayahuasca called me a sort of a bridge between worlds as well.
Yes.
So yeah, that's beautiful. Thank you.
You are welcome.
And yeah, just leading into that as well, again, during one of the ceremonies, I felt a lot of these mantis-like beings sort of working through me and placing certain implants within me to help facilitate that movement of energy. Is my understanding there correct? Or? Okay.
The thing you're calling implants are slight alterations of your genetic template.
Okay.
This is a more modern version of the concept of implants now.
Mm-hmm. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more? Or
I just did.
Okay.
The idea is that it requires an alteration of your genetic template. A few genes here and there are altered and arranged differently and will function very similarly to the idea of the old implants without there actually being a physical one.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, yesterday I had an interesting experience being in the room. I sort of felt there were many more members of your species than just sort of yourself going.
Everything is here and now. What your senses expand to determines what it is you're able to pick up on about what's present.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
There are many listening in all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, I sort of felt, it almost seemed as if they were working on me as well, and I felt a movement of energy.
You are doing the work. They're giving you the opportunity to do the work, but you're doing the work on yourself. Please remember this principle. We understand that you often ask for assistance, ask for help. You never really need to ask for the help. All the help you can possibly ever be given is being given to you. When you ask for help, what you're doing is aligning yourself to the realization of becoming aware, more aware of the help you're already being given. But you can't be given any more than you're already being given because you're being given everything you can be given. Always. It's always here for you. You just have to tap into it. Putting yourself in that state of grace, asking for it, is not asking for something you don't have. You're not asking for something you aren't already being given. You are asking to open up in a state of grace and become more aware of what's already here for you. Because you have everything you need.
Yep.
It's never held back.
Right.
Remember, unconditional.
Yep.
It's up to you not to block it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm curious, when you do your thing where you take it one moment and then you start clicking your teeth a little bit, I'm curious.
I don't click my teeth.
Well, click Darryl's
It
teeth.
is a bodily reaction to certain flows of energy that represent certain things we might be doing on our side.
Yeah, and I'm curious about that. Can you elaborate on
We are checking in with other entities about what it is appropriate for us to tell you.
Okay.
Because we can't interfere with your own path. We often check in with your own higher minds, and the higher mind says, nope.
Okay.
Don't spoil the presents. Don't spill the beans. Don't let the cats out of the bag, which I don't know why you'd put them in there to begin with anyway. But you get the point. We impose upon our consciousness in these exchanges with all of you blocks that prevent us from doing or saying things that would interrupt and intervene into your natural process. We tell you what we can that works best for you. This is the way we function with regard to first contact.
Right. Beautiful. Are there any proverbial cuts?
That is sufficient.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So can I ask, I'm sorry, can I ask one question?
That was a question, so now you're done.
Okay. I was just curious about the hybrid children, whether I have any. I'm just really curious about that.
Yes, goodbye.
Fair enough. Thanks so much.
Hello, Bashar.
Anna, you good day.
Yeah, good day and evening. So several questions. I saw you in December, and that was my first time seeing you, and I practiced the all-out, full-on passion, every single thought, every single moment.
All right.
And it's been huge.
Yes, it is.
what I noticed happened was the fear dissipated.
Yes.
Because those can't be in the same place at the same time.
Exactly. You cannot perceive what you're not the vibration of.
Therefore, when we were talking today about the interstellar alliance and how the Earth is, we're trying to become a part of that.
You're not trying, you're becoming.
We're becoming that. What is the interstellar alliance?
It is what you might imagine. It is a collection of interacting various civilizations throughout the idea of the cosmos. And there are several different kinds of alliances. Our interstellar alliance isn't the only one. We are aware of many different alliances, what you might call associations of worlds or federations, whatever term you wish to use. But there are many of them.
Okay, so when I came here this weekend, I really kept noticing, and in the past few weeks, how much fear is here on the planet. So
Yes.
I notice I'm really like ascending because I'm noticing it, how, wow, pervasive it is.
Yes.
So what is, maybe like I'm asking two questions out of this.
Yes.
Personally for myself, and then collectively for all of us here.
Yes.
And beyond.
Yes.
What's the best way that we can help each person or group of people or the whole collective conscious to release that fear? I know it's a choice to be made by each person, but if I can pick the thing to do that would be my highest passion to help the most people on the planet, that would be like really super awesome.
But when you say pick the thing that is your highest passion, that's easily done. Why are you here today? You made a choice to come here, we assume, because at this moment, this dialogue is representative of your highest passion in this moment. When this dialogue is over, what options are available to you? Take a walk, read a book, talk to a friend, see a movie, eat a meal. Pick the one that is more exciting, even just the tiniest bit more exciting than any other choice, and you will still be picking your highest passion in that moment of things you are able to take an action on. That's all you have to keep doing. It'll start snowballing into bigger and bigger expressions automatically. But if you just keep doing that, even if it maintains on what you might call a typical ordinary level of everyday things that you're passionate about doing, you will still give off the frequency that gives other people the choice to see in you as a living example that you're living your joy every moment, no matter how simple it may seem. And that's what gives them the option to choose that for themselves too, just by seeing you doing it. But that's all you can do.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yes, it does. So that's all I can do. So
Yes.
I don't need to try to find a profession that would help me do that more.
If that is actually what is relevant for you, then just by starting the ball rolling, it will not be left out. Synchronicity as the organizing principle, remember, will bring you the opportunity that represents some larger scale expression, like a project or a profession or what have you. It doesn't need to be that, but that will come if it's relevant. If that's an expression of your expanded self, synchronicity will provide the opportunity.
Okay,
and all you have to do is act on it in the best possible way you can that's representative of your passion, with no insistence or assumption as to what the outcome should look like.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yes, it is.
I can do it. Okay, so then another question for me and hopefully the other people is, does it matter, like other people were referring to the hybrid race and where they're from and what kind of species they are?
Yeah.
Would that help a person? Would it help me and other people?
Not necessarily.
To know that?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
No. There are many, many people on your planet living very spiritual, very metaphysical lives who have never heard the word spirituality or metaphysics. It's just innately the way they're living. You don't have to know any of these labels to live your truth.
Okay, great. That was my. And then the last question is, thank you, is one of the ladies brought up about the EMFs, and then suddenly I then thought, well, was that a fear-based paradigm? Because
in some sense, yes.
Okay, so because that's.
But again, it's important to honor your belief if you don't believe there's any other way around it. Yes, because if you believe that certain things will work for you as permission slips, then it's okay to use them until such time as you evolve beyond the idea of needing that particular permission slip. But sometimes things that exist in physical reality might actually be the path of least resistance for the belief system that you have at the moment. And it's all right to follow that path. It's all right to honor your beliefs until such time as you believe something different that can support you. Yes?
Yes.
Does that help?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
I just want to say one more thing. I love you.
Our
Thank you.
unconditional love to you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh. And by the way,
Yes.
pleasant dreams.
Thank you.
You're going to have a visit.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello, Bashar.
And you good day.
I first want to start off and say thank you for all the information you've provided tonight.
Again, it is our pleasure and our passion.
Yes, it has been super resonant and beneficial with a lot of the themes I've been exploring lately in my life.
All right, thank you.
Lately, I've been connecting with Egyptian energy and Egyptian culture.
Yes.
Pretty intensely.
All right.
And I've just been curious as to what the Ankh symbolizes more deeply.
Eternal life.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
That you are eternal, indestructible, infinite. Yes?
Yes.
All right.
And shifting to another topic, I've recently been involved in a car accident.
Oh, how exciting.
Yes.
Sometimes you will shift yourself very quickly in certain ways to get your attention.
Yes, and that's what I wanted to experience. Like, I walked out completely unharmed, completely safe, and
all right.
And it was a pretty bad accident, and I just felt really blessed and grateful to walk out.
All right.
Okay.
Again, you took advantage of your connection to the concept, the true fundamental seed concept of the Ankh.
Yes.
You are indestructible and eternal.
Yes.
And you proved it to yourself.
Yes.
Now, I'm not suggesting you keep doing that.
Yes. Got it.
But you used it in a way that showed you something you otherwise felt you may not learn any other way as abruptly or as strongly.
Yes, I think that's definitely what I needed to learn from it was realizing that like I am indestructible and
in a sense, yes.
nothing can attack me or harm me.
Not really.
Yes.
No. You can pretend, you can play that game, and it's all right to have that experience.
Yeah.
If you learn from it, it will benefit you anyway.
Got it.
Because again, remember, it's not about what happens
Yes.
that matters. It's about what you do with what happens that matters.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. And?
I've also been really fascinated and attracted to the number 8.
Oh, all right.
And so I was just wondering if you have any information that's about...
Did we not just talk about infinity?
Got it.
Yes?
Yes.
All right.
And then lastly, I've heard you speak about the rubber band analogy before.
Yes. If you pull back farther and farther and farther and farther into darkness, when you finally let go, you will fly that much faster and that much farther into the light.
Yes.
Like a rubber band.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to hear it again. I really like it.
Happy to oblige.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
Nania.
Yes, so it's that time.
All right. Would you all like to experience a brief meditation to lock in and crystallize these concepts within you? Allow yourself to become very comfortable and relaxed. Let go of the cares of the day and let your body start to relax. And allow, if you are so inclined, your music to fill the room. And just feel the vibration coursing through you. Allow yourself to feel that you are beginning to take a journey through the cosmos. You are explorers within yourself, and the deeper you go within, the farther out you can explore. The bigger the reflection can appear. Allow yourselves to breathe deeply and easily, knowing that you will absorb all the information exactly as you need to, in the way that is correct for you. You will allow yourselves to get in touch with the belief systems within you and all the reasons for which you have created the experiences of your life and how they can serve you no matter how they appear. For everything is neutral until you give it meaning. And when you give it meaning, that is the effect you will get. Positive in, positive out. Negative in, negative out. Nothing has built-in meaning. You are designed to give life meaning. As you journey through existence together now with us, allow yourselves to touch in to the idea and the concept of the one. All is the one. The one is the all. Allow yourselves to recognize the reflection of the other that allows you to know you are the self. For this is the seed of self-awareness. This is the seed of consciousness. And as your consciousness begins to recognize this reflection, it experiences that center point in the Trinity. Between the two, the point of power in paradox, the center from which all things issue. Deep within your being, deep within your soul, deep within your consciousness. And as you continue to expand inward and outward on this journey, you recognize and can begin to observe the actual nature and structure of existence, represented by the 5 laws. You exist and always shall. Everything is here and now. The one is the all are the one. What you put out is what you get back, and everything changes except the laws. It is your perspective and experience that expands creation. For through your eyes, all that is gets to experience that much more of what it is, because each of you is a unique reflection of all that is. And as you continue to journey, drifting along the current of creation that is your unique flow, floating freely, currents of the cosmos, you know that the currents not only take you exactly where you need to go, but also bring to you everything you need in perfect timing. Trust the unfoldment. Allow it to support you. Allow it to serve you. Form a relationship with the higher mind, so that as you receive its language of passion and energy and love and creativity and support, you respond in kind, in physical terms, with action, boldness, directness, authenticity, and transparency, so that you may know yourself more completely and determine for yourself who you truly are as a child of creation. And as you continue to expand inward and outward on this journey throughout existence, you begin to realize that existence is within you, that there is no outside. And you experience the idea of the crystallization of your consciousness as physical reality, as simply a set of instructions that you can work, tools you can hold in your hand and use with precision and expertise and experience, and touch them lightly into your life. For the greatest power requires the gentlest touch. Anything that needs to be forced is something that is not truly believed to have power. For the greatest power requires the gentlest touch. And being a living example and beaming that frequency of life, light, and unconditional love outward in an electromagnetic bubble to all upon your world and out into the cosmos will give everyone the opportunity and the choice to match the frequency in their own way, on their own path, that allows them more reflections and opportunities to be themselves, their true selves, and operate in their signature frequency. But it is unconditional and allowing, no matter what they may choose. For again, if it is forced, then there is no belief in the innate power of their own truth. They will find it in their own way. You are eternal, infinite, and indestructible. There is no hurry. Time is your creation. Live in the now. Become more aware of the rate at which you are changing all the time, and you will feel the acceleration propel you forward, simultaneously into multiple parallel existences, and you will draw from them more consciously, with more awareness, to mix and match and arrange them in whatever way works best for you, who you determine yourself to be. Continue to breathe deeply, gently, and easily, and feel the warmth of this vibration coursing through you, rearranging your pathways so that you know that every single change, no matter how small it may seem, is a complete and total change of your entire reality. That you truly are a new you, a new person, whatever you define yourself to be, and whatever is what you need to be. For nothing appears in your life that has no reason for being there. Use it. Use it to your advantage. Even if something manifests that you objectively don't prefer, know that it must be there for a reason. Use what you don't prefer in a way that you do, if only because being shown what you don't prefer makes it that much clearer what you do prefer. And therefore you can have appreciation and gratitude for the manifestation of what you don't prefer, because it made what you do prefer clearer. You are always given what you need. You are never alone. You always have assistance. You always have guidance. You are always given unconditional love. There is no reason other than the reasons you create to withhold that unconditional love from yourselves. For you are worthy by the fact of your existence. For creation does not make mistakes. Belief that you are unworthy is arguing with creation, an argument you will never win. Relax into your worthiness. If you exist, existence must need you to exist for it to be all that it is. You are unique. You are a reflection. You are all that is experiencing itself as a part of all that is. Be yourself. Breathe deep and find your truth within. Know that you are different from moment to moment. How you define yourself is who you are. Be your path. Act on your passion. Let go of insistence, because insistence is resistance to the natural self. You belong. You are worthy. You are beautiful. You are loved. Continue to breathe deeply and easily and gently. Be kind to yourselves. And please remember, the first step toward enlightenment is to lighten up on yourselves. Don't take things too seriously. Have fun. Relax. And once again, remember, surrender is not surrendering control. Surrender is surrendering to the control that's already built into you. Allowance is your rudder. Passion is your compass needle. Action is the wind in your sails, carrying you across the cosmic sea, having adventures and journeys of imagination and wonder and mystery and discovery, forever and ever and ever without end. For there is no end, for there was no beginning. Existence simply is. Time is subject to existence. Existence is not subject to time. Continue to breathe and let go of that which does not serve you. Let go of that which is no longer relevant for you. Let go of that which doesn't belong to you. Be uplifted. Be free. And welcome home. Our unconditional love to you all. Continue to breathe and float freely in the void. As your music softens, continue to feel the resonance within you that you can carry wherever you go. Let it soften, but know that it is forever here with you. Let it go to silence. And let that silence speak volumes within your heart, your mind, your body, and your soul, and your spirit. We thank you for the co-creation of this interaction and your allowance and gift to us of experiencing through all of you that many more facets of the multidimensional crystal of creation. Once again, our unconditional love to you all. Good day. Say good day to you this day of your time. How are you all? All right. First and foremost, we will take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you and all of you together for the gift you are giving to our civilization in allowing us to communicate with you in this way. Each and every time you allow our civilization to interact with yours, we are allowed the opportunity to see that many more ways that creation has of representing itself, and this expands our understanding of creation. So we thank you for the gift of being allowed to experience the unique facet of the multidimensional crystal that each of you happen to be. As we begin this transmission, allow us to go right to the heart of the matter, right to the cutting edge, right to the idea that is most paramount as to why each and every one of you have attracted yourselves to this gathering today. And the idea has to do with your resonance, your frequency, your vibration, your true core vibration. What is your true core vibration? The core vibration that resonates, that shines, that glows, that burns within each and every one of you is the idea of translating in your body what you call excitement, passion, joy, love, happiness. As your body feels those emotions, feels those sensations, that is your physical translation of the vibratory energy that represents your true core signature frequency. Whatever it is that excites you the most, whatever it is you're most passionate about, that is your magnetic compass needle pointing to your true north. Follow it, act on it, because it is a complete kit that will support you. It is the essence of your being. Many people on your planet now have begun in their expansion of consciousness to talk about the idea of the law of attraction, what we term the third law of creation. The first law of creation is that you exist. You can't do anything about that. You cannot change that. Because when we talk about law, we mean with a capital L, something you cannot change. The idea of what you may call your laws of physics are simply nothing more than local conditions that may be generally true, but are not necessarily the same in all realities. So when we talk about the idea of the four laws, we mean those conditions, that representation of the structure of nature, of existence itself, that is the same for every being in every dimension, everywhere, every time, every place throughout creation. Number one, as we said, you exist. You will never be able to change that. You may change your form, you may change your expression, but if you exist now, you always will. Existence only has one quality: to exist. That which exists can never become that which does not exist. Those things that don't exist already fill up non-existence, and there's no more room in non-existence for the things that do exist. So there is nothing you can do about that. You will always exist if you exist now. Law number two: the one is the all are the one. That which we call all that is, which we may call by any name, God, Goddess, creation, all that is, it doesn't care what you call it, because you are an aspect of it. So all it's doing is naming itself through your unique perspective. You, all of us, all beings in creation, make up the all that is, and the all that is makes up all beings in creation. There is nothing outside of it. Everything, everyone, everywhere, and every when is made out of all that is, because there is nothing else from which to make anything. So each and every one of you are a different perspective, a unique point of view that all that is has in experiencing itself in a new and unique way, and that is why you were, in that sense, created. And believe me, if you exist, which obviously you do, then all that is has a need for you to exist, because if you didn't exist, all that is couldn't be all that is. So, if you find that you are having issues of self-worth, if you deny your purpose in life and think that you should not be, we would suggest that you stop arguing with creation, because creation obviously believes you have a purpose, because creation does not make mistakes. And if you didn't need to exist, believe me, you wouldn't. So if you do, you have a reason for being, because without you, all that is would not be all that is. Law number three: what you put out is what you get back. Physical reality is a mirror. Literally a mirror. Whatever vibration you give off is the experience that you get back. And what you call the law of attraction, in many ways, it is correct to understand that it is your vibration that creates your reality. But there is also something else that we would like to add about that concept that many of you are missing or overlooking. Because while it is true that whatever your vibration is responsible for what you experience, many of you think, or have been taught to think, that you have to work to create that vibration that would attract what it is you prefer. And in fact, you do not. your core frequency, your core true signature vibration is already attracting all the things that are representative of that core vibration. If those things that are representative of your true core, loving, creative, natural vibration aren't manifesting, aren't reaching you, it's not because you're not attracting them, it's because you're keeping them away. That's the difference. Because everything that is representative of that core frequency is doing its best to get to you. If it can't reach you, you're keeping it away with your definitions, your beliefs, your ideas about not being worthy of those things. Everything that is not compatible with your vibration is doing its best to get as far away from you as it possibly can. But if it doesn't leave you, if it's hanging around and it's not what you prefer, it's not because it can't, in that sense, represent your vibration. It's because you're holding on to it. So the idea of the law of attraction, while in one sense is accurate, it's really more about letting go of those things that don't work for you and letting in those things that do. And that's really how the law of attraction works. Now, here is something that we know many people on your planet find very, very, very difficult. And that is that this isn't difficult at all. Many people on your planet find simplicity to be the most difficult thing to wrap their minds around. Many of you think that it's a very complicated thing, or that it requires a lot of struggle and strife to attract these things, and nothing could be further from the truth. You automatically already deserve these things, or you wouldn't exist. So this journey, this process that you are experiencing in your physical reality on Earth is all about letting go of those beliefs that you've bought into that don't belong to you, that you may have picked up along the way from someone else, your parents, your friends, your society, that are simply out of alignment with your true core vibration. And if you are traveling through life carrying beliefs that belong to someone else, that makes you a belief thief. Don't steal other people's beliefs. They don't belong to you. So if you find that you have beliefs that don't belong to you, drop them, let them go. Don't carry them around. They will tire you out, wear you down, because they're not compatible with your core vibration. Anything that is truly compatible with your core vibration will allow you to feel light, energized, creative, loving, all those things. Anything that is not you is going to feel like a strain, a struggle, an effort, a trial, a tribulation, painful. Remember, pain, physical pain, emotional pain, spiritual pain, pain is the result of the resistance to your natural self. That's all it is. Stop resisting who you are. You will fit, everything will work, because you don't need to make life work. You just need to let life work. Life already works. It works automatically. It works fluidly. It works absolutely perfectly. It's just that when you buy into belief systems that are out of alignment and are at odds and in contradiction to your true core vibration, it doesn't allow you to see, it doesn't allow you to experience that life automatically works. This brings us to the fourth law, the last law, and that is that everything changes. Everything is change. One thing changes from one thing to another. Change is a constant. It always will change, except the only thing that never changes are the first three laws. They never change. You exist. The one is all, the all is one. What you put out is what you get back. Change. Everything changes. That's it. That is all that all of creation is built on, based on. That is the underlying nature of the structure of existence. And every single experience you have ever had, are having now, or will ever have, is based on some combination of those four laws. So it's really up to you to decide how you wish to experience the combination of those four laws. And the easiest way to allow yourselves to experience a combination that is most representative of your true core vibration is to always act to the best of your ability on your highest passion. But listen Listen to the entire formula, because we know we have discussed this idea with many of your people, and we know that many of your people have discussed this idea amongst yourselves, but many times when we perceive the way you discuss this idea, we hear that many of you leave certain parts of it out. The whole formula. Oh, are you paying attention? Yeah. All right, just checking. Make sure there's someone on the other end of the telephone. The whole formula is act on your highest passion every moment that you can, to the best of your ability, taking it as far as you can possibly take it until you can take it no further, with absolutely, here it comes, zero expectation for what the outcome should be. Why? Why the zero expectation? I'll tell you. Thank you. You have basically, being a physical being, split yourself into two main components, a physical mind and a higher mind that is non-physical. You need to work together. The physical mind and the higher mind must form a partnership, must form a relationship that works in tandem in order to actually function as a whole person in your reality. But when you allow the physical mind to think that it has to do this, and it has to make this happen, and it must know how something is going to happen, and you get it to focus on all these details, you are giving it more than it was designed to do. You wear it out, you tire it out, and you wonder why you get so many headaches at the end of the day, and you wonder why you're tired all the time. The idea is to understand that the physical mind is simply not designed to know how something is going to happen. It just isn't. The physical mind is only designed to know and to experience what is happening in the present. The higher mind knows how something is going to happen. When you allow the higher mind thus then to know that and to work with you, the higher mind will know how to bring the manifestation to the physical mind for the physical mind to experience. So here is how the idea, for example, of visualization actually works. The physical mind is capable of conjuring a visualization of your ideal preferred reality. And when you see that visualization in your mind's eye, you get very excited about that manifestation, about experiencing that reality. And the excitement is good, is exactly what you need. But the purpose of that visualization is to generate that feeling, that state of being of passion, of excitement. The purpose of the visualization is not necessarily to come into manifestation as your physical mind has envisioned it. Because your physical mind, what it may think is the most ultimate representation of that reality, what it may think is the absolute top, what it may think is the absolute ceiling, to the higher mind is just the floor, just the beginning of what could manifest. And if you simply stay in the state that the visualization generates within you and then let go of the actual imagery and hand that energy over to your higher mind will actually then bring you the manifestation that is actually representative of that passion state, even though it may look nothing like you imagined. It might, but it might not. So the idea is to use the energy state to work with the higher mind and allow the higher mind to bring you what it knows you really need that is truly representative of that energy state, so that you can be open and willing to accept that no matter what manifests, it is all part and parcel, all a representation of your joy, and never will be defined or labeled as an interruption in it or an obstacle in it or a stopping of that joy. Because your physical reality, as we said, is only a mirror. And whatever you define it to be, whatever you believe is most true, is what you get. So it's very important to pay attention to those beliefs and those definitions, for it is those and only those that create your physical reality experience. Because nothing in physical reality has built-in meaning. Nothing has automatic meaning. Everything is fundamentally without built-in meaning. The greatest gift, and I know this sounds strange in your language, The greatest gift creation has given to all of you is that life is fundamentally meaningless. That means it has no built-in meaning. What that also means is you were designed to give it the meaning you prefer to give it, and the meaning you give it will utterly determine how you experience it, no matter how the situation looks. Because every situation is neutral and can serve double duty and can allow you to experience a positive or a negative effect in your life. It isn't how the situation looks that makes the difference. It's how you respond to the situation that makes the difference in terms of the effect that you experience. So let go of the idea that the outer world needs to change in order for you to know that you have changed. Just make the change within yourself, know that you have changed, behave as if you have changed, and then you will prove to creation that you have changed, because you will be responding differently to the outer reflection, even if the outer reflection stays the same. That's how it works. Does that make sense to you all? Remember that all we are talking about here is not only simple physics, it is simple physics. Very simple. We understand that creation is infinitely complex and rich, but it is not complicated. It is fundamentally simple. Were it not fundamentally simple, it could not be infinite. Because if it were more complicated than this, it would fall and collapse under its own weight. In order to be truly infinite and allow for all possibilities, the core, the essence of creation has to be fundamentally simple. Do you all understand? Thank you. We will now extend to each and every one of you, once again, our deep appreciation for the co-creation of these interactions. We will now open to you the idea of questions and conversations, if you wish.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Thank you so much for coming. We all want to extend our appreciation to your civilization for coming to talk to us and to teach to us. You mentioned at the beginning, or Darryl mentioned, that you would come physically to us when we're ready. How close are we to that moment?
It is highly likely, and again, remember, this is just a probability at this time, because there is no such thing as a prediction of the future.
Absolutely.
There is only a sensing of the energy that exists at the time the prediction is made. And if that energy changes, it will not come to pass. But if there's a lot of momentum behind it, a lot of energy behind it, then it will manifest. So, with that understanding, as we read the energy now, it is most likely, most probable that open contact between your civilization and other civilizations, including our own, will happen sometime in the window of your time you call 2025 to 2033.
Fantastic. So who else is out there attempting to contact us right now, besides you guys?
The first civilization it is likely that you will make open contact with are called the Yael, or what in our ancient language we call the Shalanaya. They are a hybrid civilization similar to our own, but they are more closely connected genetically to your civilization, and they will be the first ones to make open contact.
Is it true that we were put here by aliens? Like we were...
It is not that you were put. It is that the indigenous species that was native to your planet was, in a sense, to some degree, genetically altered into the form you are now.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi there, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I have a question. Are you a breatharian?
We no longer eat. We no longer sleep. We, in a sense, almost don't even breathe. We, in our own civilization, are evolving out of physical reality, but we are still what might be called quasi-physical. But we have elements of physicality and elements of spirit. We subsist directly on the energy of creation at this point. Does that answer your question?
Yes. And how do we get to that point?
It is very simple. You evolve by acting to the best of your ability on your highest passion every moment that you can. One moment.
Do you have sex?
One moment.
Okay.
We are allowing for aerial technology to pass by. We have evolved from the idea of more physicality. We were, in a sense, once more similar to your species. The idea is that we did, at one time, sleep and eat and procreate in much the same manner. Now, if we wish a new life form, the different beings create an energy bubble in which a new life form simply automatically manifests. Did that answer your question?
Yes.
Is that sufficient?
Do you have sex?
I just answered your question.
That was good. Okay, all right, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Bashar.
Speak up and be bold so that all may hear what you have to share.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I just wanted to ask if I would see someone again.
Whom?
Pono.
Whom?
Pono.
When did you see them last?
When I was in Hawaii in April.
And why do you wish to see them again?
Because he's my friend and...
Well, you know that at some point, the fact that you met at all means you have some connection. And the fact that you have some connection means that somewhere, somehow, somewhen, you will meet again. We cannot say exactly how or when, but if you have a connection at all, you will meet again. You understand?
Yes.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, Bashar.
Is that sufficient?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I have a question.
Yes.
I want to know, how do we get to the point where we're manifesting like enlightened people like Jesus or
Speak up,
or
speak up, speak up.
How do we manifest, like, how can we get in the in-between state and stay that way, where we're manifesting like Jesus did when walking on water?
Well, remember that when Yeshua, or who you call Jesus, talked about the idea of him being the way, what he simply meant is, be like him. Be that vibration. In other words, the Christ consciousness did not want the idea of Christians. The Christ consciousness was saying you are all Christs. So if you can simply exhibit the idea of that vibration by acting on your highest passion and acting from highest unconditional love, and by the way, look up the word unconditional, it means without condition. Many people on your planet say, yes, yes, I love you unconditionally. Well, except for these conditions. Unconditional love. The energy, thus then, of that unconditional love acting from your true core vibration, acting on your passion without reservation, knowing it will support you, will allow you more and more in every way, every moment of the day, to shift from parallel reality to parallel reality that will be more and more and more reflective of you giving off the vibration of the Christ consciousness, the Buddha nature, the Krishna spirit, doesn't matter what you can call it. It's all the same idea. It's your true core vibration. And the way you exhibit that is by acting on your passion without reservation, with no expectation. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
It really all does come down to that simple idea. I know that, again, sometimes that sounds too simple, but that's really the key. That's all there is to it. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
It is an honor to co-create with you in this moment.
For us as well, with you.
Thank you. My question for you today is that being an incarnate in this body, as you said, the first law is that we have always existed and that we have many lives, and it is said that we have many interdimensional cells happening at this moment in this parallel life.
All lives, all experiences, all exist at the same time. Time, in that sense, is an illusion. There is no past, there is no future. Those are simply alternate, parallel, coexisting realities that are going on right now.
And my question for you is, what is some suggestions that you can give us to help us remember and tap in to the memories and the talents and the abilities we have in our other lives?
I know this is going to sound redundant,
However, when you act on your highest excitement, what are you doing? You're living in the moment. When you're living in the moment, living in the present, what are you doing? Tapping into everything that exists in the present. So if all those other lives coexist now, the easiest way to allow whatever information you need in this life from those lives to help you, the easiest way to tap into that is by living as fully as you can in the present, in this life, and the way to do that is to act on your highest joy every moment that you can. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Now understand, the idea is that you're already getting all that information. You may not always know it. You don't always need to know that you're getting that information, because sometimes the information comes in such a natural way as to not interfere, not intervene, not stop your momentum. You never know when that information is coming to you. You may someday have a thought, an inspiration, an idea that you're very excited about. How do you know it didn't come from an experience that another version of you in another life is having right now? You don't know. It might have. But the point is you don't necessarily need to know that's where it came from in order to use it in this life, yes?
Yes.
So, by not insisting that you have to know where the information is coming from, more information will come to you.
Right.
That's the paradox. Does that make sense?
Very much so.
Does that answer your question?
It does.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
One more, please.
Yes.
Is it a potential in our lifetimes, everyone here, that we will be able to tap into being able to manipulate reality itself?
You are manipulating reality itself.
Cool, so we'll be able
One
to fly.
moment. Let us clarify. Please understand, when you hear things like learn to create your reality, learn to manifest, learn to trust, these things are not things you actually have to learn to do. What you need to learn is that you're already doing it. And you need to become consciously aware of the fact that you're already doing it. You're already manifesting everything you experience. You're already creating your reality. You're already trusting in something 100% of the time, aren't you?
Yes.
If you weren't trusting in something, you would have no experiential reality at all. So the issue is, you don't have to learn to manifest. You don't have to learn to trust. The question is, what are you trusting in? What are you manifesting with the mechanism you are already using? So just become more aware of the fact that you're already shifting, you're already changing, you're already manifesting automatically. You can't help it. It's in your nature. If you weren't doing it, you would have no experiential reality at all. So the fact that you're having an experience means you're already manifesting. You don't have to learn how to do it. It's part of your nature. But let it become conscious so that you can consciously choose what you prefer as opposed to unconsciously manifesting what you don't. You see the difference? And it is all about the difference in definition. Because when you define that you don't know how to manifest, when you define that you have to learn to trust, when you define that you have to learn to be abundant, you're already setting yourself back several paces, because now you're assuming you have to learn to do something that in fact you're already doing and don't have to learn. So, allow yourself to speed the process up by recognizing that you're already doing these things, and watch your definitions. The definitions of what you define your reality to be is key. For example, many of you define the idea of abundance or lack of abundance in the following way. You say, I have a lack of abundance. That's not possible. There is no such thing as a lack of abundance. Everything is always absolutely abundant. What you're actually saying is you have an abundance of lack. But you see, you still have abundance. So it's not about having to learn. It's not about having to learn to be abundant. It's about paying attention to what you believe you're abundant in. And then you can change what the form of abundance is, because you don't have to learn to be abundant. You just have to change what form of abundance you prefer. See how much easier that is?
Yes.
Watch your definitions. Your definitions are everything in the creation of your reality experience. Make sense?
Makes sense.
Thank you.
Thank you. I love you, Bashar.
Our unconditional love to you
we
as
all
well.
love you.
Hi, Bashar.
And you, good day.
I had 2 questions.
Oh, all right, if you insist.
I can't remember what they are.
Congratulations. You must be living in the moment.
I really am. Are all channels like...
Oh, the question came back fast.
Yeah, it's coming back. Are all channels feeling sometimes like they teach kindergarten when they come here?
Do you mean entities?
Sure.
Please pay attention to this idea. It's very important for you to understand. We understand that many times you may think of yourselves as a kindergarten class. And we don't mean that you're not learning new things. Of course, everyone does. But from our perspective, the very fact that you chose to manifest or incarnate in a reality with such an amazing amount of limitation, and know that you can transform that limitation into freedom and transform the darkness into light, from our perspective, makes you a master graduating class. So, we understand that you may feel like you're learning new things for the first time like a youngster. Nevertheless, the power and strength and assurance it takes for a soul and a spirit to manifest on earth at this time and know that no matter how dark and no matter how limited, it can still transform that into love and light that makes you a master. Never think less of yourselves. And knowing that that's how we see you, you can see yourself that way too, if you wish. Yes?
Yes.
Does that help?
Yes.
All right, and the second question?
Do you know what my second question is?
That was a question, wasn't it?
Yeah. Okay, so my third question is, do you want to comment on at this time about other like entities, like 3D reality entities that are from off-world that are here now? Do you have anything to say about that?
Are you talking about the idea of extraterrestrial beings?
Sure, extra-dimensionals, anybody coming here that's here.
Well, sometimes there will be those beings from other civilizations and other dimensions that may temporarily take up some kind of visitation or residence upon your planet for a time to observe or learn or experience certain things. Yes, that can happen from time to time. There are also extraterrestrial bases on your planet here and there, and on your moon, and in several planets in your solar system. What else do you need to know?
No, that's it. Just checking.
Oh, all right.
Greetings, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Yay. So I'm just calling in, just building on this some momentum here.
Yes.
Full mastery of our physical beings, our planet here, and how we're interacting with these soils, this earth, these sacred waters, and
yes.
and dealing with the current state of excessive radiation and
yes.
all kinds of demineralization of soils, and
exciting, isn't it?
It's really exciting because we have a great opportunity, like you're saying,
yes.
to turn this mass darkness into light. And so I'm
yes.
wondering what insights you have.
Well, you're giving yourself an opportunity to understand more clearly what kind of a world you prefer by first creating a world that you don't prefer. Because sometimes in your civilization, because of the way you're brought up, because of the belief systems you bought into, it's sometimes easier to know what it is you are by first experiencing what it is you are not. And thus forcing yourself, in a sense, in a certain direction. We call this, by using an aspect of your language, the watermelon seed principle. When you place yourself in a circumstance like a watermelon seed between thumb and forefinger, and you squeeze and squeeze and squeeze and squeeze yourself to where you have nowhere else to go, suddenly you will shoot out in a new direction, an unexpected direction, with a new insight. and an understanding of how to transform something you didn't have before. So sometimes that's how you do it. You put yourself in a vice to force yourself to see something in a new direction that heretofore was invisible to you. So that's what you can do if you wish. At the same time, you can again simply recognize these are opportunities to look at alternatives that are far more representative of who you prefer to be and what you prefer your world to be. Now, please again understand very clearly, you never actually change the world you're on, ever. You change yourself and then you shift to a parallel Earth reality that's already more representative of the change you made within yourself and is already populated by beings that are more representative of that vibration. But the world you used to exist on still exists somewhere else, still populated by versions of yourself or other beings that are more representative of the vibration you no longer are. You are constantly shifting from parallel reality to parallel reality. Now listen, billions of times per second. That's what time is. The experience you call time, movement, change, space, is your consciousness shifting billions of times per second from parallel Earth to parallel Earth to parallel Earth to parallel Earth, a little bit different, a little bit different, a little bit different, a little bit different, but totally different, totally different, totally different. The only reason you don't know you're doing it is because the parallel Earths that you're shifting to are so similar to the one that you just left, you hardly notice the change. But if you make a greater change in your energy, you'll shift to a parallel Earth that is more different than the one you just left, and you'll start to notice that you're shifting all the time because of the difference between the two. But you're constantly shifting, and that constant shifting billions of times per second from parallel reality to parallel reality is what creates the side effect or illusion you call time, in much the same way that you know frames on a film strip are static. Each frame has no movement in it. Each parallel reality has absolutely no motion in it whatsoever. But when you move the film strip in front of the projector light and the light goes through the frames in sequence, it creates on your theater screen the illusion of space, time, and movement. Physical reality is exactly structured that way. When you keep shifting from parallel reality to parallel reality, you are literally shifting through all those realities billions of times a second, but there is no motion at all in any given single parallel reality. That's how time works. Does that make sense?
Sounds great. I just have, so basically what you're saying is, you know, like you were saying before, our reality is like Play-Doh. We just play with it. There's no need to be worried about, oh my gosh, this news is that, the other thing, we're contaminated, it's all.
Unless you are excited about being worried and excited about having difficulty.
Yeah, I know.
I am not going to take away your ability to choose to have pain and suffering if that's what you prefer.
No, we prefer sustainable
We are
bliss.
simply telling you that you don't have to choose that. It's up to you. We're telling you it's up to you. All choices are open to you. Let me put it to you this way. Understand the unconditional support and unconditional love that comes to you from creation. Because if creation has been willing to support you unconditionally in realities you don't prefer, why wouldn't it support you in realities that you do? It has already proven to you it will support you in anything you believe to be true if it will support you in those things that you don't prefer. So that is your proof that it will support you in the things you do prefer. All you have to do is choose them and you'll get the same support you've always gotten. You understand?
Beautiful. Well, I look forward to seeing you on the next plane.
All right.
Yeah.
Or the next spaceship or whatever comes along.
Right on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yo, what's cracking, Bashar? How you doing, dog?
All right, to you, good day.
Nice, nice, nice. I just had a question real quick. I wanted to know what you thought about the regressions that are going on with alien hybrids that are abducting people, and they're going through hypnosis and
all right.
about it.
We understand.
All right, thanks.
Now, first of all, understand that the idea that sometimes is called the abduction phenomenology on your planet is a variety of many different things and includes many different kinds of species. The species that most people on your planet often report seeing in those scenarios, you typically call the Greys.
Yeah.
Understand the Greys are not an extraterrestrial alien species.
Well, I know.
One moment.
Sorry, sir.
I'm getting there.
All right.
The Greys are a mutated race of humans from a parallel Earth. They have destroyed their reality and have no ability to reproduce. Therefore, they are coming into a parallel Earth reality, yours among others, where there is still viable human DNA. They use that human DNA and mix it with their own to create a hybrid race of beings. There are, to our awareness, 5 hybrid races, of which our civilization is one. That is the result of that program. Now, we understand that many people on your planet have had fearful experiences with this, and in no way, shape, or form are we excusing the idea that some of the Greys, being devoid of an emotional component, don't necessarily go about those interactions in the best or most positive way that they could, because they simply don't understand anymore what an emotional fear reaction is. And therefore, to them, it's just business as usual, and why are you putting up such a fuss? Because you agreed to this on another level. And many of the beings that humans interact with in those scenarios are actually another version of the same soul in another incarnation. So they're interacting with themselves anyway and have set this whole thing up for the purpose of helping to create these hybrid species. Because this is also, in a sense, the next stage of evolution for your world as well. In other words, in about 1,000 of your years, human beings will choose to no longer incarnate in the same form in which they are now existing on your planet, and Earth will become the 6th hybrid civilization.
But I mean, seeing how hybrids have already kind of messed up their own
No. The Greys, not the hybrids. The Greys destroyed their world. The hybrids are the result of the blending of the Greys and the humans from your reality to create a more positive reality that will allow them to move on and not destroy themselves again, while at the same time giving you the benefit of their experience, which is why in many abduction scenarios, you hear people reporting that the Greys have told them, we are you, and this is what happened to our world. Look to your ecology, look to your environment, and don't do what we did. You understand?
So, I mean, so human hybrid is good?
There are many different kinds of hybrids. The idea is that
if it's
all of
been
you,
done, then how's it good?
all of you are hybrids already. Because the idea is that, as we already said, whatever the indigenous hominid species was on your planet millions of years ago has already been genetically altered by extraterrestrial beings a long time ago. So you're already part and parcel of beings from the stars. Many of them, in a sense, look like you because you actually look like them. So you're already hybridized. The hybridization that is going on now is for a positive reason. Many of you are starting to wake up to this idea. When you let go of your fear, you will see, you will know, you'll have more control, you'll have more awareness, you'll have more ability to interact in a conscious way in these programs, and you will remember that you agreed to this and what part you're playing in the creation of the evolution of your species on Earth.
Thank you, Big Doug. I'll take that all into consideration, man.
All right, it's up to you.
All right, thanks, brother.
Thank you.
Hello, friend.
And to you, good day.
I remember how you were talking about how we see simplicity as something that is very hard to achieve in our society.
Yes, speak up so that all may hear you. He sees that sometimes simplicity is hard to achieve in our society. Yes, we spoke about that. Continue.
Yeah, and you said that simplicity is actually not hard to achieve in any way whatsoever.
No, it is not. Unless you believe it is, then it is.
Well, See, that's the thing.
Yes, that is the thing.
I see simplicity as the result of an equilibrium that we are trying to reach.
Yes, but you are not trying to reach it, you are reaching it.
That we are reaching, yes.
Yes. So, what's the difference?
Well, I mean, with equilibrium, there is like a struggle between two.
No. There is a balance. There may be a challenge in understanding, but challenge does not necessarily imply a struggle in the negative connotation. Now, first of all, understand that there is going to be a little bit of interpretive leeway here, because we understand that we are not speaking your language. We're simply sending thoughts, and it's being translated into your language as best as is possible. The idea is that sometimes we know that different words in your society can have different meanings, so some semantic issues may, to some degree, be confusing this idea. But what we are simply saying is, you can have challenge. We're not saying you're not going to have challenge in your life. We're not saying that you're not going to have situations that create you to grow. But it doesn't have to be the idea of suffering. It doesn't have to be the negative connotation. Challenge can still be exciting and still be a positive thing, even as you are learning to create that equilibrium.
So even the equilibrium really isn't much of a fight or something that's hard to go through.
No, but whatever process you have created in order to get there is your process. And the paradox is the more you honor whatever you have created, the easier it will get and the faster you'll go into equilibrium. So it's about owning what you have created, not denying it, not pushing it away. It's owning and acknowledging whatever difficulties you have created, and then allowing yourself to learn from them in order to not have them again. And by learning in that way from the difficulties, using them in a positive way, you will achieve and create equilibrium more quickly. Does that make sense?
Yes, that does.
All right.
And I had another question come to mind as I was over here. What does your species understand about the relationship between electromagnetism and gravity? This may be a little out of the scope of our conversation.
It is different expressions of the same idea. Let us give you a very brief understanding of our perspective of the connection between those two experiences, all right?
Okay.
Pay attention now, because we're going to do this briefly and relatively rapidly, all right?
Yes.
All right. Imagine, if you will, and again, please understand this is just a translation in your language. It is just a euphemism, it is just a symbol, but it will help to illustrate the point, all right?
All right.
All right. Imagine now, if you will, that nothing exists but a single particle, all right?
Okay.
Because nothing else but that particle exists, it is, in a sense, massless. It has no effect on anything. There's nothing to have an effect on. Nothing has an effect on it because nothing else exists. Are you with me so far?
Yes.
Because it is massless, that means it can move at infinite speed. Yes?
Yes.
All right. Something that moves at infinite speed can be everywhere all at the same time. Yes?
Yes.
Therefore, what might appear to be this particle and that particle and this particle and that particle can thus then be understood to be all the same particle moving so fast that it appears next to itself at the same time. Yes?
Yes.
You with me? So, when this particle moves, it moves in certain geometric patterns that are indicative of certain energy waves, energy frequencies.
Mm-hmm.
The different patterns in which that particle move cause the particle to cross its own path again and again and again in certain ways. But in certain places, it will cross its path more, and in other places, it will cross its path less. Where it crosses its path less, it is less substantial. Where it crosses its path more, it creates what you call different forces, different material expressions. But the idea is that the path itself is like a net, like a web. And in a sense, that web and the different phases of where that particle crosses itself, the different realms in which it solidifies or crystallizes itself, all the way from the infinite down to physical reality, represent the different layers that you call electromagnetism and gravity and physical matter and so on and so forth. Does that make sense?
Actually, your metaphor does. It makes sense, and it does provide food for thought.
All right. Thank you. It is simply another way of looking at the idea of the substance you call water. You have water that can be steam, you can have water that can be liquid, you can have water that can be ice. It's still all water, but you get the different effects based on the different resonances and the different frequency states in which it exists. It is the same for all of creation. The different frequency or resonance states create different effects that interact in certain ways with each other based on your perception of them. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Thank you.
That answers my questions.
Thank you.
I'll let the next person go.
All right.
Hi, Bashar.
Annie, you good day.
Oh, my head is spinning.
All right. That sounds like fun.
Yeah, I decided to come up here because I'm a mother and I have a 9-year-old son and I'm having some stuff come up with him, but I think it relates to like a lot of bigger questions that I have about.
All right.
What I'm hearing from you is that the key to life is to show up with passion.
Yes, to act on it.
To act on passion.
Because you are physical beings, and if you don't act on it, you're not grounding it like a circuit.
Right.
You have to act on it so that the energy coming through you that is representative of your passion will actually ground and flow into the physical world.
So I want to talk to you about karma, and the way I interpret karma is like what you're talking about, the watermelon seed, like being under pressure to be able to change and transform.
Yes.
And I feel that that transformational process is a relational process
Yes.
often, that we are in relationship in that transformational experience.
Yes.
And I'm really curious about how you perceive the relationships between family, like mother and son, and where there's like a karma, or like where there's an opportunity, and like how you
All
can
right.
speak to me, because my son, and I see so many youth, and I experience this myself with my own family, rebelling, you know, and pushing up against, and I'm saying to my son, what do you love? What do you believe in? Focus on it. And he's like, I want to play video games. I'm bored. And so how do I, as a mom, like,
all right.
Yeah.
We get it.
Okay.
First of all, karma is, of course, completely self-imposed, as you say. It is simply the recognition of a balance and equilibrium, as we already just discussed. But the idea you are talking about has a lot to do also with the ways in which you communicate with different members of your society, including your children. Understand that when you teach your children how to act on their passion, but when you are also acting on your passion in a way that allows you to invent, allows you to create ideas that you know they need to learn, and hand them those ideas according to what excites them, instead of forcing them to fit in a box, then they will eagerly learn new things if you create the scenario of learning those things in the language that excites them. Does that make sense?
It does.
If you
So it sounds
find
like
out,
we have
if
to
you
ask
find
them the
out,
questions, it
yes,
sounds
yes,
like,
yes.
asking the questions.
If you find out what excites them, and then you use your own creativity, use your own imagination to create scenarios, interactive scenarios that do two things. Create an idea that contains the information you want them to learn in a manner, in a style that is representative of what excites them, then they will be excited about learning that thing. At the same time, what you also need to teach them is you need to let them experience the consequences of their choices. Do you understand?
Yes.
The idea is have them act out, play with them and act out what they believe the consequences of their choices actually might be. Let them actually experience in a safe environment the consequences of the choices that they're making. The parents need to be creative enough, need to be playful enough, need to be imaginative enough to create the kind of interaction that will allow the child to want to learn the things they need to learn to exist in your reality, by styling them in the direction that they're excited to learn things in, and by giving them the opportunity to understand what the consequences of their choices are, you create within them a self-guiding mechanism that they can use for their entire life. but the parents and the teachers have to be equally clever and equally on top of acting on their passion in order to be capable of conceiving of the things that you can share with your children that will accomplish these ideas. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you so much.
Does that answer your question sufficiently?
It does.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
And to you, good day.
I have a question.
Yes.
How would you describe love?
Love is, in that sense, unconditional love is the natural underlying core vibration of existence and creation itself.
Is love unconditionally like...
Unconditional love is the vibrational frequency of existence itself.
My question is, our interpretation of love
is not always necessarily love.
Right, exactly. Can you elaborate on that for us?
Well, any condition, now it's not always bad to have certain kinds of limitations. They can form a framework for certain kinds of experiences. So we're not saying that certain limitations are not always in that sense negative. But any limitation placed on unconditional love in that sense is not the actual core vibration of existence itself. It is some variation of that idea that is being designed to be experienced in a certain way for a particular purpose. It just depends on what that purpose is and how clear you are about why you're expressing that variation. You understand? You have to have your own integrity, your own clarity, your own honesty about what interpretation and what spin you're putting on unconditional love, because many people on your planet interpret unconditional love in a way that is actually not an accurate interpretation. For example, some people might say, well, I will just let my child do anything and everything because I love them unconditionally. That's not unconditional love. Unconditional love is actually being a guide for them to allow them to know what will actually work best for them and help them understand what does not work for them. And sometimes because you're the parent and you have experience they don't have, that may mean that you have to share with them that certain limitations and certain prerogatives and certain priorities must happen in order for them to be best guided into their best self. So that doesn't mean that just because you're putting those ideas on them that you are not giving them unconditional love. And it doesn't mean that just letting them do anything they want is an expression of unconditional love. Do you understand the difference?
I do. And my question is not so much how we raise our children. It's more in relationship to what that human piece is that prevents us from really like embodying unconditional love.
Fear.
The confusion.
Fear.
That might happen.
Fear.
Okay.
Fear in that sense. If you have a negative definition, if you have a fear definition, a fear-based belief system that is out of alignment with your true self, then that fear-based definition, by being out of alignment, will allow you to experience the idea of love as fear. You see, you only have one energy. You only have one energy. Fundamentally, that energy is unconditional love. But if you filter that energy, if you flow that energy through belief systems that are out of alignment with your true core self, you'll experience that energy as the sensation you call fear. So, if you know how to use fear in a positive way, you will recognize that when you feel fear, what it's showing you is that you have a belief system you're unaware of that's out of alignment with your true self. So you can say, oh, thank you, fear. Thank you. I love you unconditionally for bringing to my attention I have a belief I don't prefer. And as soon as you make fear your friend, it will dissolve into unconditional love, passion, and excitement. You understand?
I do.
So that's how to use the polarity of unconditional love. Yes, yes.
How, in a universal sense, is love perceived?
It is perceived in many different ways. It depends upon the being perceiving it. But fundamentally, it is perceived by most beings in creation as what you simply would express as absolute support. Absolute knowingness that you belong. absolute awareness of your existence in the present. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
But it's different for everyone in terms of your interpretive spin. Yes?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our unconditional love to you.
Good day to you, Bashar.
And good day to you.
How's it going?
Perfect. And you?
Great. 2 questions.
Yes. Speak up so that all may hear what you have to share.
Oh, all right. So in the Bible, where does it talk about, if you can give a few examples of extraterrestrial contact and UFO activity?
Ezekiel.
Is that the only place?
No.
Okay. And was Jesus a hybrid extraterrestrial?
Jesus was a hybrid being, but not an extraterrestrial in the sense that you mean that he was from off planet. But he is a hybridized being that became very aware of his true full connection in that sense to Source, and was attempting to demonstrate to all that you all have the same connection. Remember, he didn't want followers. He was attempting to reflect to you that you're all leaders. Yes?
Yes.
And?
One other question.
Yes.
It's about cats.
Cats, yes.
How much more psychic are they from humans?
It isn't that they are more psychic, it's that they're more consciously aware of the fact that they're psychic than many humans.
How much more of the brain do they use than...
No more. But all of theirs is focused in a different way. Understand, we know that you humans, and again, here is where it comes in as a perfect example. Watch your definitions. Many humans on your planet say, oh, we only use 10% of our brains. That is not true. You use 100% of your brain, but you're using 100% of your brain to make it seem as if you're only using 10%. There's a difference. When you know you're using 100% of your brain and start acting like you are, you will see that you are and experience that you are. Yes?
Yes.
So, it's not that the animals are using more, they just know they're using it all. Most of you don't. Make sense?
Yes.
Does that help you?
Yes, it does.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
For a perfect exchange.
Meow, meow.
Hello, Bashar.
And a you good day.
So I've heard you talk about parallel dimensions and shifting realities into different frequencies.
Speak up, speak up.
Into different frequencies.
Yes,
and
it's all about frequency. It's all about resonance. Yes.
If you're shifting into different Earths with different frequencies and your friends are there to create the illusion of consistency.
Yes.
Is their consciousness actually experiencing this different Earth with you?
Yes.
Okay. So, because sometimes I wonder, if, because you mentioned before, when people, kind of disappear from your life, or...
Sometimes that can be representative of the fact that you have shifted to a parallel reality where they don't have a version of themselves.
Okay. All right.
Sometimes. Not always, but sometimes.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And a you good day.
I have a question, and well, I started listening to you about a year ago, and since then, a lot of things have changed within me, and I've been able to manifest really powerfully.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you for that, by the way. And
well, I had nothing to do with it. You made the choices.
True. Well, there was one time when I was listening to you, and I had an experience that I could only refer to as nearly psychedelic, and
all right,
where I could imagine my pineal gland being, it was vibrating, and I was in this state, and I saw waves of energy. I was wondering if you know what was happening to me.
Yes, the pineal gland produces the substance many of you are familiar with called NN-dimethyltryptamine, or DMT. DMT specifically is the chemical receptor in that sense, the chemical component that is vibrationally linked to the idea of being capable of perceiving other dimensions and other levels of consciousness. So as you amp up your frequency, very often you will amp up the vibrational resonance of dimethyltryptamine production in the pineal gland, which allows you to see into other dimensions.
Awesome.
It will become a more common symptom the more of you ramp up your frequency of energy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one more question. Is that okay?
Yes.
With the thought of there being twin flames and soulmates,
yes.
I was wondering, are there families of soulmates? Like, because I felt intense connections with multiple people.
Yes. There are many different kinds of families and relationships that you might call variations of soulmates. But understand, soulmates can express themselves in a variety of ways, not always in the way that you might think.
Thank you.
Thank you. There will be a brief amount of time remaining for this transmission. Please continue within the time that remains.
Hello, Bashar.
I know you. Good day.
I actually had a question of my own about DMT.
Yes.
What should we take from the visions and experiences that mean so much to us when we take DMT externally?
Any teacher or any teaching tool is there to show you what vibrations and abilities you already contain. Thus then, you don't necessarily need the substance again. It is telling you that you have the ability to trigger that frequency within yourself anywhere at any time you wish.
How would we go about doing that?
I just told you. If you remember what it felt like to be in that vibration, you are in that vibration while you remember it. Yes?
Yes.
You're creating that vibration. The only thing that makes you think you have to do something extra is that you have a definition that remembering the vibration is not the same thing as being in the vibration. But it is. Yes?
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
One last quick
question. Was that too easy?
No, that's perfect.
All right.
One last quick question. Are we going to be able one day to be able to interact with other humans who are taking DMT externally?
Why not?
Fantastic.
Remember, if it has relevance to your life, you will experience it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Greetings, Bashar.
I know you. Good day.
I have a couple of questions. The first one, my wife and I had talked of this a few times and experienced that being here in this dimension is almost like what we would perceive as an avatar, so to speak.
In a sense.
If you would agree with that, if we are being
Well, in a sense, but again, remember, it's a euphemism.
Okay.
Yes, you could say it's an analogy to the idea of what you do when you go underwater scuba diving. Yes, you need to put on the mask, and you need to put on the breather, and you need to put on the tanks, and you need to put on the fins to go and be able to live and breathe underwater. And then you come up and you remove all those things. Well, physical reality is a similar idea. You put on this idea of a body that has these physical requirements, and you swim around in physical reality for a while, and then you leave your body and you get rid of all those things, and you go back to what you might consider to be your natural self. You understand?
I do.
But really, in a sense, it really isn't that your spirit or your soul is in your body. In reality, your body is in your spirit or your soul. The idea is that you're simply concentrating your focus in such a way as to have what you call a physical experience. But the physical experience is happening inside your consciousness. And all you're doing when you die or go out of body is you're simply expanding your point of view again to be something broader than the focus you had that you call physical experience. You don't actually exist in your body. Your body exists in your consciousness. It's just an idea. Yes?
I've never thought of it that way, but that
well,
makes
now
sense.
you can. How exciting.
Well, thank you for that.
Yes.
My second question, Now, it's kind of touching on the last question that the last gentleman had.
Oh, all right. Then maybe we will kind of touch on it too.
Okay. Basically, the things we do, everything here that we're expanding our consciousness with, everything from yoga to meditation, psychedelics, music, and all these experiences.
Yes.
Are those different ways of, would you describe it as opening up, say, the bandwidth to our higher self,
Yes.
the consciousness?
All of these things we refer to as permission slips. Every tool, every technique, every idea, every ritual, every object that you use in that way to trigger expansion of your consciousness is a permission slip. You are saying, I have a belief system that believes that if I do this thing, it will allow me, or I will allow myself to give myself permission to be more of who I am. It's a permission slip. It's not doing it for you. You're doing it yourself, but you're using those tools, techniques, and rituals as permission slips to make it all right, to give yourself permission to be more of who you are. Doesn't matter what you use. It's up to you. If you believe it works, use it. If you don't believe it works, don't use it. It's that simple. It's just a permission slip. Does that make sense?
It makes absolute sense.
Because it's all coming from within you anyway. Yes?
It is.
And the point really is to get to the point where you understand it's a permission slip and you no longer need the permission slip. You're just willing to give yourself permission to be who you are no matter what, because that's what you prefer and you don't need another reason.
Except that I permit myself.
Yes, because at that point, when you arrive at that point, when you simply choose what you prefer, it's because there simply is no other choice for you. Period. Yes?
Right.
Make sense?
Makes absolute sense. I'm pleased to have this conversation with you. Thank you, Bashar.
So are we. Thank you very much.
Hello, Bashar.
And a you good day.
So this question is about disease, the suffering that these bodies experience.
Yes, dis-ease.
And some seem to be communicable, some are called incurable.
Yes, nothing is incurable.
Can you speak into a little bit about that? So we have some certain therapies that are cutting edge, like O3 and certain herbs.
Permission slips. Permission slips. Any tool, any technique, any ritual of any kind is a permission slip. Some of those things will work for some people, some of them will not. Because people simply need to find whatever permission slip is most aligned with the belief system that they believe will help them, because it is their belief systems and energy fields and resonance that created the dis-ease to begin with. You understand?
Yeah, it's interesting how some people can have a dis-ease and they don't know they have a dis-ease.
Yes, but it is because they are not willing to look at the belief system and they are allowing it to remain unconscious because they are too afraid to look at it. It is fear that causes most manifestations of disease. Fear to look at the things within yourself that you believe might be true. Nothing negative you could ever look at within yourself will ever actually empirically be true. But you might be afraid that it is and afraid to look at it. And the longer you're afraid to accept a portion of yourself, then the longer that portion will begin to shout and protest and get your attention in whatever way it needs to. And if it has to create an imbalance within you to do so and get you to face that it belongs to you as a part of you too, and get you to love it as unconditionally as you may love every other part, then it will do whatever it can to grab your attention, even if it has to destroy you to do so. So, if you don't prefer that, the more you pay attention to everything going on within your consciousness, within your beliefs, the more transparent you are with yourself, the more honest you are with yourself about what you hold to be true, the more disease-free you will be. Yes?
So therapies for curing, for healing, are basically based on belief.
It is all based on belief. There is nothing in physical reality that is not. It doesn't matter that there might be a physicalized component or a physicalized reflection that you call chemistry or physics or medicine or science. Those are still just reflections of what you already believe in your consciousness to be true for you. Yes?
Yes.
So it's all based on belief. It's all based on consciousness. It's all based on vibration. It's all based on resonance. It's all based on state of being. That's why we say, circumstances do not matter. Only state of being does. because it's state of being that creates circumstances. Circumstances don't create state of being. It's the other way around. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Then our unconditional love to you.
Good day, Bashar.
And good day to you.
All right. So I exist.
Speak up, speak up.
I exist in this universe, and I surround myself by people who exist in this universe, and I wish to observe certain things, and the people I surround myself with, I surround them with people who wish to observe similar things. Do you have advice to deal with those who wish to observe opposing things within me? Things that I don't wish to observe.
When you are truly vibrating in the resonance of your true natural state, you won't care what you observe because it will always have a positive effect on your life.
Good day.
Does that make sense?
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank
you see,
you.
You must understand that as you expand your consciousness, the paradox is you don't become less aware of the negative, you become more aware of the negative. That doesn't mean you experience the negative more, but you become more aware of it, because all that is all positivity and all negativity, and it must be kept in balance in order for you to choose to experience what you prefer. So if you invalidate the negative in any way, you're actually putting energy on it and making it more likely to manifest. If you simply let it be as equally valid as any other positive choice you could make, then you are free to be in equilibrium and free to choose what you wish to experience without invalidating that which you don't prefer. It's all about balance and acceptance and acknowledgement. It's not about exclusion, it's about inclusion, integration, not segregation and separation. You can't run away from anything. There's nowhere to run away to. There is nothing outside. It must be that you must allow and accept and acknowledge that everything is a part of you as all that is, and thus then by allowing and validating everything, you are able to thus then have the power and the freedom to choose to experience what you prefer out of all of those choices that are simply equally valid choices, no one or the other having any more or less importance or need to manifest than any other. And then you are in your center point, your place of perfect power, your place of perfect passion, your place of perfect peace. And that's all there really is to it. We will, at this time, extend to each and every one of you and all of you together collectively once again our deep appreciation at the co-creation of this interaction. We will bid you an absolutely unconditionally loving, ecstatic, and passionate good day. Did you have a good time? Thank you. Well, again, thank you all very much for being here today. I hope you had a good time, and we'll see you sometime again. Thank you.